Hello, this is Kylie J.N.S. Happy Friday. I hope you guys are having a good Friday. And yes, I'm so excited about today's topic, I have to say, because we are going to be discussing the instructor agreement. And the instructor agreement is it's pretty much an outline of what we're looking for in terms of actively looking for new teachers, new centers, new departments, new courses. And so we want to cover like what that entails in depth for transparency purposes, as well as like I want to do a case study later on because baby girl Kaylin, she's interested in teaching a genealogy course. And so I did create an outline, a very extensive outline for her, and I sent it to her. And so we're going to do a case study, but we're only covering the first part of the outline because a lot of that, I won't say it's proprietary or anything like that, but the outline is extensive and it's broken up in based on beginners and advanced level. And so I don't want to share her outline because it's something that we're potentially working on in a serious manner, but we will do the first half in terms of the case study of what that looks like and what it entails in terms of the instructor agreement. And so again, we're covering uh, what type of things that we're looking for in terms of the expansion of Nakhti University, in terms of department centers and courses. Uh, and then we're going to cover like the marketing toolkit for a bit, and then we'll get straight into the case study with genealogy. Like what would that look like in terms of some of the intricacies, rather, or logistics rather, of the instructor agreement. But I do have to say, next week we will start going underground. I was able to actually, get set up the the database or the background structure of like what that would entail, and you can actually see that live on your screen now. And so this is the link that you will need, except for if you're a day one. So day ones you will be claused in, but when we start to go underground with these live lectures, this is the link that you would need to see the live. And again, we'll do probably an hour or two on YouTube and then just funnel off because next week we're going to be covering third party political systems in terms of the strategy. Now, I remember a couple of weeks ago I was saying that I created an outline for the Democratic Party in terms of strategies of what they would need to kind of revive their party. And I just wanted to study them for a little bit longer before I just put that out there. And so I kind of came to the conclusion, like, if they needed help, they would reach out. And so the outline is we're still gonna work on it, and I'm gonna do it live next week, but it is gonna be underground, and it's gonna be for a third party political system. Now, if say the DNC wants to send a strategist or you know, uh, one of those what they call in a Democratic shield, whatever, to go and look at that strategy, then that's fine. They can do that, but it is for upcoming political parties, probably maybe even the Green Party. It's strategy that is geared towards winning an election. It's a strategy that's geared towards tapping into segmented populations across America and then galvanizing those populations based on focus and interest that all Americans understand, but then also it is tiered to where segment populations are also getting their needs met. And then we talk about the political organization, political structure, different forms of power that a party can use and whatnot, and also how to craft certain statements, mission statements, and metaphors in which the average American people can galvanize and even understand. And so it's a really high level workshop that we'll be working on next week, and it will be on Nakhti University Underground. We'll do about an hour live just to funnel people in, and then whoever want to check it out, it'll be there. And then again, all of the recordings will be available after. So if you can't make a live, it will still be available. And that's what is talked about, as far as the subscription plan. You join the live. So enrolled users, you can easily join the meetings and the webinars directly through Nakhti University or through installing a Zoom. And so the lives that we'll be doing underground are password protected. And so if you are on Nakhti University, you will not need the password. But if you are joining from the link, then you will need a password. And that's just to prevent anyone from the link from joining the meetings. You will have access to past recordings once that live session is over. And then you can also join via an external link if you don't um, want to watch it on Nakhti University. Say you're maybe on a phone or something, you can use a link as well. And so now we're going to cover the instructor agreement. And so this is the web page that let me hold on a second. Okay, here we go. So this is the web page. I just want to actually check my sound. Okay, there we go. I just wanted to check the sound real quick before I continue. So um, again, we're looking for instructors. We're looking for people who are interested in teaching courses. The fields don't quite matter at this point, but I am looking for a genealogy and I am looking for STEM. But again, if you have an idea, I'm pretty open minded. But I wanted to like talk about like the revenue model, example use cases, the referral program, like what exactly, you know, does it mean to be an instructor at Nakhti University? And so there is a link where you can actually download the instructor agreement for yourself and review it and look at it. And then there's a fill out box, and all this is publicly available, but we'll actually go through it step by step. So I just want you guys to see that. But again, next week, you're going to want this link because we're going to be going underground. You can save this link for, I'll put it in the comment section, and then you guys can just do it next week, save it for next week because that's where we're going to be at. And Kaylin's in the building. Good afternoon, sweetie. Again, we're going to cover um, your case study, but the first part of your outline, just the first part, because again, it's very extensive what I sent you, and so I don't want to give all of your course outline away. And again, you can tweak it and add to it, whatever you feel comfortable with. But I just wanted to, you know, um, get you that information. You can see how serious, that I am in terms of that outline. But here is the link for the instructor agreement right here. Just want to make sure that it's sharing. And so, it says, do you have a skill, expertise, service, or coaching that you want to offer? So you can also do coaching. You can also do a service, expertise, or a skill. And again, for those who have, like, say, a lot of things they want to teach or a lot of courses they want to maybe get out, they can start a whole department under their name and be the director, or they can start a center and they can offer the course based on their respective expertise. And so when you go to the site, it says become an instructor at Nakhti University. Let me share this as well in the links. And we're on YouTube for those who are wondering, like, where are the links at? I can put it on Rumble as well. Let me see if I can get it on Rumble because I know I have issues sometimes with Rumble. Oh, here's the live chat on Rumble. So let me put it there because we have to go over the whole thing. Okay. And then let me put it here as well. Just one moment. Okay. There we go. Okay. So share the link. And so I'll start right here. But on my screen, I'll share this real quick. This is what we're reviewing, this whole document. Now, this document is freely available. It's only 9 pages long, but it is freely available. And how do you get access to this instructor agreement? You click on that link and then you press download right here. Download the instructor agreement. And so if you guys want to even follow along, that would be the best bet because that's what I'm going to be reviewing right now. And so perhaps we can just go through it together instead of just looking at the site. But I did want to show you guys the site because I designed this, and then we talked about the revenue model. You choose your revenue model, example use cases, and then how to increase your profit share through the referral program. Okay, so let's start. Okay, so everyone knows with Nakhti University, it is using more so the leverage of a DAO. And so a DAO is a decentralized autonomous organization. And so what that is meant to do is to create like these innovative learning hubs where individuals can engage both as teachers and learners. And so we do that through a process of incentivization and tokens. And within that ecosystem, participants, they can collaboratively shape course content. They can determine the pacing and then define like assessment methods. And so what we're trying to do is we want to democratize education and foster, these real holistic connections outside of just like the MOOC. And so I don't know if you guys are familiar with the MOOCs, but that is a massive open MOOC stands for massive open source massive online open source courses. And so the MOOC, you know, is pretty much like where say like a university will offer like free courses and it's massively available. It's easily scalable as well. And so that was what the initial intentions of Nakhti University was. But then I said, I want to move more into a DAO to make it more decentralized, to offer like the incentive of where students can learn a respective course in a particular learning hub or particular DAO, but they can also teach a course. And then there's also some incentives behind the scenes that I'm not going to talk about yet publicly on how both teacher and student can earn income. I am not talking about that yet. I would say that process will be available to discuss publicly within about a month or two, because we're still working on some things behind the scenes. But if we shape this correctly, this would be a educational DAO, so to speak, in every sense of the word. And so I created an instructional design model called AIDDFES to facilitate the process of transitioning from the way a traditional university works with the overhead costs, the logistics of administration, and all of that, and to cut all of that down to make it decentralized autonomous organizations where the students are kind of in charge of the educational process. They benefited from it because they can earn while they learn, but also they're developing skills, they're developing credentials, they are developing reputations, they're able to offer tutoring, they're able to offer mentor, they're able to offer their own course based on things they want to share. But it's done in a way where it's sophisticated in terms of people putting in the work to develop their own skill set so that they can one day be able to offer that skill and pass it on to the next person that needs it. And that's when we talk about the peer-to-peer learning. And so it's not just any Joe Schmo just get up there and just ramble. Like it is a process, it is structured, but it is still peer-to-peer in a sense where within those parameters of instructional design and within even the parameters of AIDDFES, and for those who don't know are familiar with the AIDDFES instructional design model, I'll talk a little bit about it. Let me see if I can pull up my book. Let's see. We'll cover it just a little bit so you guys can see where I'm going in terms of like this DAO. And again, it's still I'm still really shadow banned with this because I know that I'll be quite frank. I know that the government were trying to get their hands on this and try to find a way to kind of siphon it off of me. Um, but this is the work. This is a book. It's I worked on it for my master's in instructional design and technology, and I actually am still working on this, like for my PhD. So this is stage one, and so I didn't give off everything in this particular. It was a very preliminary model, um, but it's still suffice enough into where I'm still actively, like, even just for my PhD, still like, okay, obviously this is going to be a thesis project in terms of taking it from just the model in the book into like reshaping Nakhti University from a MOOC to a DAO. And so behind the scenes, I'm able to see that vision clear and work on that. And then, and again, I can't at this time talk about everything, but AFES was a DAO driven instructional design model for education, military, and business. So this can be applied to military and business, but we're going to be using it for education. And so AFES is short for analysis, intelligence centered design, development, DAO flow, evaluation, and strategy. And so the difference is we're looking into like development of self awareness as well as emotional intelligence and synchronicity. Okay. And so how we do that is we analyze a student's prior skills and knowledge of a topic. We analyze their attitudes toward the content, towards the community and motivation, where they at in the enlightenment stage, and then we develop curriculum around that is intelligence centered. And so that obviously it's human centered intelligence, but also repository intelligence. And so obviously in the age of AI, that's where that those things come into play. And then we get into the development. That's where we talk more so about the automation using web 4.0 and web 5.0, virtual reality, what else, learning facilitators that are human based, but also can be AI based. The development of real world integration experiences. Okay. And then what else? Immersive learning experiences, Web 4.0 environments. That's a part of the development aspect. So, what kind of technology are we using to develop the curriculum? What kind of how what other resources, media, what kind of channels are we using? Quizzes, are we using discussion? That's pretty much what that means. And then the next one is we have, let's see, intelligence centered design. I wanted to make sure that we cover. Okay, next one is DAO flow. So that's where we get into the actual decentralized aspect, and that's where we talk about more so the token incentivizations, the benchmarking, the smart contracts. But it's not going to be where everything is totally transparent in terms of people losing their privacy. It's very important that people have their privacy. But when we talk about the aspects of a DAO, that's when we we get into like the interaction between the teacher, the students, the community based scholarship, and the actual uh, network itself. And so that's what the DAO part, the DAO flow, making sure that everything flows in a synchronous uh, movement. And then the next one is evaluation. So that's where we evaluate on a based on a collaborative learning ecosystem to make sure that people are learning what they're supposed to learn, that the objectives of the course is being met. And so students are participating in that evaluation process. There is cross DAO benchmarking. And so that is the aspect of the evaluation part of the learning, just to make sure that people are actually learning. The assess you have to evaluate the actual DAO, educational DAO value. And then the last one is strategy. So that is the strategy in terms of getting community involved, the earn while you learn, the apprenticeship aspects, hands-on experiences, hybrid. There's different strategies. Again, I'm just going off the dome, but that's what that means. And so I'll show you just one more aspect, and then we'll get into the instructor agreement. I just want people to at least know like what, where's all this coming from, this because the instructors play a very crucial role in the DAO. Okay. The teachers play a very important role in the DAO, and so we have to give you some context as to why, it's important to me to give you that context. And so here we have, you know, uh, the book AIDDFES. Let me just get this off of here. And so I just want to show you this graph. I believe the graph is in the beginning. I wanted to see if I can make this bigger. Hmm. I'm trying to think of where can I pull this photo up to make it, you know what, I know where I can get it because I don't want to actually, that's actually like my manuscript for my book, so I don't want to mess with that too much because okay, let's see. Let's get off of here. Let me just, and then I think I can pull the photo up here actually. And another, yeah, here we go. This might be better. I think that might be better. Let me just make sure that it's sharing. And so this is the AIDDFES diagram. And I know this is a little dry, but this is my life. I am a scholar. I am someone that I created this. This is my intellectual property. And so, okay, let's see. I'm trying to make it to where you guys can see it. But this is the DAO flow. Okay. You have users, you have students, teachers in the community, and we have the developers. So I am a developer. I'm also a teacher. I'm also a student. So what's cool about the with AFES is with the DAO itself is that you guys will be playing a role, multiple roles, because it's decentralized. And so yes, you could be a developer in one sense because you're designing the courses. You may be a subject matter expert, but then you also may be at one point you may be a student, meaning you may need to attend someone's webinar on marketing, on uh whatever it could be, uh professional development, a STEM course, a genealogy course, whatever. So you may be acting as a student at one point, or you may be acting as a community because there's other things besides education that this DAO's offer. We have a community center. There's for, groups for prepping and survival. There's a group for say book clubs, stuff for women and for young mothers. There's different types of things. So you may, maybe if you're not taking a course, you may still be play a role in the community. Then the next part is you see the exchange. That's the actual curriculum. That's where the peer-to-peer learning comes from, the exchange of knowledge, whether that be repository intelligence and also the curriculum that you come up with. And so everybody is participating in that exchange. And then we have the minors. That's the teachers and the students. The minors are those who, um, they're validating the transaction. So let's actually cover this part. Okay, so the DAO of Nakhti University can be applied to like the analogy in terms of like blockchain because developers are your instructional designers, right? They craft the foundation of the structured system. The miners validate the transactions. So the students and the teachers, they validate the exchange of the curriculum, just like how like an actual, blockchain technology works. And then then the students, they actively contribute to the learning process because again, and part of my plan is proprietary at this point. I'm not actually just giving out everything, but they are going to play the role of both teacher and student in a way where there's even compensation for that. And again, I'm not talking about that part right now. And that's not even in addition to the instructors charging what they want to charge for their course. That's a different mechanism. And so we have an incentive for students to actually take a course, because they get to earn while they're learning. We'll talk about that in a couple of months of what that looks like. Um, and again, that's separate from say you as a teacher charging what you want or what you feel you deserve for what you're teaching. That's totally separate. And then the last one that we have is, the users. That includes the broader community. So it's a community-driven ecosystem, and that exchange of knowledge, it mirrors the blockchain. Okay, and so let's just go over it just a little bit more. The first step in AIDDFES of the DAO of Nakhti University is analysis. Okay, so we delve into the factors that extend beyond, say, a student's basic characteristics. We are looking into their self-awareness, their comprehension. We analyze their emotional intelligence. We analyze their prior skills of the knowledge of the topic area, their attitudes towards the content, their community motivation, and their enlightenment before coming up with the curriculum. So me as an instructional designer, that's something that I would be worried about. That's not something that, say, you as the teacher would be worried about, because the teacher is there to teach. The developer develops the curriculum. And so AFES is an instructional design model. Teachers can fall back on it to develop their courses, and to analyze, like, okay, well, what, say if you're a teacher that needs to plan your own course outline, you can also use this as a roadmap. But you can also hire an instructional designer too, which is what a lot of universities do, or they have done in the past. But this is structured to where a teacher can also use this to analyze, okay, where's the students at before I come up with my course outline. Then the second one is intelligence centered design. That's where we delve into the truth and the ethics of what we're teaching. We're deeping into exploration of on just universally. We're using repository intelligence. We reflect on learner rights, making sure that what we're doing is ethical, that people have their privacy, that the instructional content has ethical considerations in the age of our artificial intelligence. So then we have step 3, which is development. And so the development, we went on it, we went over this a little bit, but I just want you to see how it looks like with the map, because you see it's circular, and so it's not linear. That's where we emphasize Web 4.0 and Web 5.0 technology, machine learning, semantic web capabilities. So we're focusing on personalization. Students want things that are personalized to them based on where they're at in the learning journey. We're integration through the Internet of Things as well. And so that's where the development of apps, like right now, I'm saving up to have an app, um, and to expand and to work on even my marketing. And so the Internet of Things, you know, that will also be like immersive technology, such as the simulations or whatnot. And again, we want to make sure that these things are done ethically and that we don't lose our humanity in a process where it's like humanity is taking control over the technology and not the technology taking control over humanity. And so it's a very, it is a, it developed, that's why we emphasize self-awareness in stage 1 of the analysis, and even throughout the whole process. There's a whole chapter on self-awareness in the book. And so the next one is decentralization. So again, making it accessible to where people can learn and where people can teach, peer-to-peer learning, but also not just, liquor store scholarship or prison bab, or not, like it still has to have a air of seriousness, because you're teaching people, and then these people grow up, they're going to be, we want them to have good information and be able to upgrade the information. So it's not so much telling them what to think, it's teaching them how to think, how to critically think, how to embrace their creativity, and to develop self-awareness, so that they have the awareness of their emotional intelligence and how to develop those things even more, with the final goal of enlightenment. And so you can see the step there. The next step is emotional intelligence, which is very important. And that's what gives humanity its edge. That's what separates humanity from the animal kingdom, will you, to an extent, because even animals have emotions, but emotions are important. And so step 4 is DAO flow. Let me see if I can make that a little bigger. Sorry guys, if I'm trying to like work with this thing. Okay, there we go. So DAO flow, again, that's where we have the decentralized learning hubs, where individuals come together based on their shared interests, their goals, and their passions. And it's kind of like having a decentralized file sharing system. So members can switch roles between being the server, so that's distributing requested information, and then being the client seeking specific information. So that's student and teacher in this context. And so if a member possesses expertise in a particular subject sought by others, then you take on the role of a teacher, and you disseminate knowledge in a in a structured way, to interested members. And so you're engaging with like-minded individuals who share not only their educational interests, but also their values and their aspirations. And it's supposed to be fun. I know right now this is a little boring, but like once it's up and running, you'll see the coolness behind it, where you can have teachers and students where you can have people exchange those roles at will, and it's dynamic. So you can you're a student, but you also have courses on Nakhti University that you're teaching. But you know, and so it's geared towards your expertise, micro skills, micro credentials, and even developing reputations based on using a tokenized incentivization process where your reputation is built on a review system, the evaluation system, the peer-to-peer collaborative assessment that you'll get. So it's not just anybody could just come up and just say, you know, as far as like just teach anything, because we have to have a quality assurance aspect of it. And so quality assurance just means, you know, that there's mechanisms, control mechanisms in place to ensure that what is that what is being taught meets a good standard, a good criteria, and a good rubric that is effective, and that it has quality, and that people are satisfied. Okay, and I know you guys probably pretty much know all those things. I'm not trying to, you know, be redundant, but you know, I think it's still important nonetheless to not talk over people's heads, for, you know, for those who may not know know these things. And so number 5 is evaluation. And that's where we do the continuous formative evaluation, providing learners with ongoing feedback as they progress. So that's where we have decentralized peer-to-peer evaluation. So we're harnessing the collective wisdom of learners, employing ledger technology for secure, transparent record keeping. Again, not everything. We want to make sure that people still feel that they have privacy, though. So that's important. So I do have to say that. And then we want to integrate virtual reality for simulation based evaluation as well, with that creates immersive learning experiences. And then we want to do cross DAO benchmarking as well. And so there's a whole chapter on evaluation, and it's way more extensive than what we can cover right now. And then 6 is strategy. So let me go here to strategy. And so strategies within the instructional design model harnesses the power of DAOs that create and promote intelligence. It fosters agility. It embraces remote work. It embraces uh, collaboration and learning hubs, like pods, learning pods. Like think of how the way I will study nature on this one. I'll give you an example in nature. Study the way whales learn, the way dolphins learn. That's honestly my inspiration behind this. I know you're kind of like, really, you got this from whales and dolphins? Yeah. You know, I'm a very spiritual person, and I study the way you know, dolphins and whales, they're matriarchal, and so I study the way they teach their young and the way they learn, I mean, even the way they have their communities, and they have pods. And so they embrace agility. Whales and dolphins, you should see like the even the way that they understand military science, it's really really advanced. And so, you know, that was that is my inspiration behind AIDDFES, whales and dolphins, killer whales at that, the orca whales. Yeah, they're highly intelligent creatures. But nonetheless, let's go back to the instructor agreement, and let's go line by line over that. I actually just want to share because we went through the website. Um, we did go through the website, so you guys can see how the website looks. But now we're just going to go through the instructor agreement, and this is where you would go to apply to teach at Nakhti University. And you know, it's a one page, nothing extensive. Some of this stuff is optional, you know. It depends on, like, say if you want me to develop the course, then you may, you know, obviously there's some parameters around that, and I would need an outline, you know, if I am designing the course or if you're designing it, or how extensive it is, you know. um and so that's the website there. And now let's just go over the instructor agreement here. Let's go line by line. Let me just make sure you guys can see it, because I know sometimes Rumble kicks me off the air. Okay. Let me just make sure that my sound is good. Okay. So we're good on there too. So Let's start. And so, um, Nakhti University, we're providing the learning management system that is complete with your private login credentials. So when you sign up to teach, you do get a private login that I don't have access to. And so instructors, you would have full control over the course offerings. So say if you want to provide live sessions, you can. If you want to teach live, you can do that. If you want to have pre-recorded lectures available, say, already for the student to go at self-paced and go and learn, you can have that as well. You can offer quizzes. I can design those quizzes, or you can design those quizzes. It depends on how you want to do it. And you can also have forum discussions, and you can also combine any of those instructional methods. So, say if you want to use all of them, you can. I do have access to SCORM, so I can, like, if say someone wants a more extensive, robust course design, uh we could do, these different matching games, bingo, different types of things behind the scenes that can be created to make it interactive, because a lot of times, you want it to be interactive. You can add gamification, which means you can kind of turn learning into a game to make it fun. um, I also have that capability too, to do that. Say if an instructor wanted that, but sometimes, people want to start with the basics and whatnot. I don't want to make it too complicated for, when we do our case study. But that is something that is available as well. But again, you can use all of these instructional methods: live sessions, pre-recorded lectures, quizzes, discussions, forums, ebooks of reading material, download files. You can have assignments where they upload files. um you know what else? There's so many. Matter of fact, let me go, because I want to go behind the scenes and make sure that I'm not forgetting anything, because I do know it's quite a bit that one can offer. Because let me just take a look at one of my courses to see what else is there. And there are certificates. There's a grade book. There's a review center. There's feedback forms that you can ask for your students to give you feedback. It's a lot that you can do. Let me just go to because I know I teach a couple of courses on here. So let me just go here to see what else is available. Okay, let's see. Okay, yes. So you can also do a presentation. You can connect your SoundCloud, or you can use, say if you want to use YouTube, you can embed YouTube as well in your courses. You can offer exams. You can offer, let's see, what else do we have here? Again, graded SCORM for those who are familiar, who have taught at universities or other, there is, we do have SCORM. Let's see, there are video assignments. You could do audio assignments. You could do file set assignments and text assignments as well. You can also do, you can offer different types of forms. And so by that means, like, say if you want to offer a course when you have students introduce themselves so they can interact with one another, you can do that as well. Now say you want to complete your analysis in terms of wanting to know where your students are at. You can also do a course evaluation survey as well for students. And let's see what else. And then you can offer certificates if you want. You can you can do self-reflection videos. You can have the students upload their own self-reflection video, or if they want to write out, because some students, they'll prefer to just, give an audio assessment, or instead of having to have everybody write out an essay. A part of the DAO is in the personalization, is to give students the options of what, or in control over what they are learning or how they want to learn. So some students will feel more comfortable writing out their say an exam assignment, you know. Some others may want an audio, some may want a video, some may just want to do a self-reflection. So you can offer a variety of those things, and even um, it, not just the way the modules are created, the curriculum itself, but the way that the student gets the information to you in terms of making sure that they learned the information. And so all of that can be readily available. All of that can be designed out as an instructor. And so, um, when you decide for whatever you're deciding to teach, you're granted a personalized landing page. And so students can enroll in the course, and then instructors retain full autonomy in setting your own course price, and then you're in control of managing your marketing efforts. Now, I do have a marketing toolkit that we'll cover even in this video, but you are in charge of setting your own course price. So let's actually just go and look at an example of a course real quick. Let me just see. Yeah, we'll just do. Let me see, because I know I have quite a bit of courses. Let me just pull up here. Okay. And so obviously these are in categories now, but what will happen is, like, say if someone wants to start a department, you'll see different departments up here eventually. Because right now, these are our courses that are owned by me. But as we bring in more instructors, you'll see like your name where people can search what you're teaching, and then your name, and then you would pop up. So if we do just Black American, we'll see there's some courses for Black Americans. If we do finance, there's courses for finance, there's software engineering. But say if you have a department, you'll see that as well. So let's I'm just trying to see like where we can go. Let me just do an instant. I know I had some other, let me just go back here. Okay, so we'll just click on anything random. So let me just make sure that it's sharing. Okay. And so when you become an instructor, this will be like your landing page. Now, obviously, it will say whatever you want it to say. I can design it out, or you can design it out yourself. But, most people, they'll prefer, maybe for me to design it out, and that's okay. And so you'll see your landing page that will introduce your course. See, it says self-paced, optional group meetings, 5 hours in video duration, and one ebook. So, whatever you're at, whatever you're offering, you can put that. You have an option to show what you're offering, and then they have the option to enroll. Your student, this will be your landing page, and the student will enroll and in your course, and you'll see behind the scenes the enrollment. And obviously you'll have your Stripe account. You'll have to add your Stripe account or your PayPal, and so you'll see your sales and whatnot from behind the scenes in the dashboard. And I'm going to do a orientation for instructors, but that's going to be on Nakhti University. That's going to be behind the scenes, and that's going to just give you an overview of the dashboard of what. So right now we're not going to cover the dashboard of what it looks like once you actually log in. We're just because we're on YouTube. That's something that we would cover behind the scenes. And so you would give a description of your course, right here, nice pictures to make sure it's so say if you are having Nakhti University design your course, you would need to supply some of the pictures that you want, some of maybe even the these stock videos, what you want to represent your brand and to represent the look that you want, the colors that you want, or you can just design it yourself, to be honest. So here's some more information about the course. And so this is just an example. It doesn't have to look like this. And then you want to have, you know, information about the instructor, you know, live discussions, okay? Actionable solutions. You don't have to do it like this. This is merely an example. And then here you have the curriculum. Okay. And so that's how a landing page will look. Now, if you have a whole department named after you, or a whole center, that's a little bit different because, you know, you would have multiple courses, I presume, or even say like your social media presence connected to that. And so that's a little more robust. This is just how it looks with one course. And so let's just do another course just so you can see how like the landing pages look different depending on, what is being taught. And so let's do another one. Let's just do this one, taught language. Okay. And so students would, um, sign up. Now you could do self-paced learning. You could do bi-weekly. This one did have live sessions in the beginning, but right now I'm not able to offer them right now, but we do have, there's some games, interactivity, there's text, there's videos, there's 3 books, that I send. I actually mail out the books to the students, and it's self-paced learning. I do hope to one day get back to the live sessions, but I also do not mind, say if someone wants to offer those live sessions, they can, because I'm not able to. And obviously do a profit sharing from that, from whoever signs up. So that would probably be someone who would be marketing it. We do have affiliated marketing program where you get 50% of course sales. That's different than instructor. That's different from the instructor profit sharing or revenue model. But there is an affiliate, and so I wouldn't mind if someone was like, well, I don't mind teaching that, or I can market this better than you're marketing this, and I wouldn't, I'm not driven by money apparently. If I was, I mean, I could blow. I know where to go um to blow this up. I wanted this to be more at my own pace, and so where I didn't lose the authenticity of what I was trying to do, and also learning, exactly where I wanted to go with this, and taking that time, and so I didn't want to be pulled in a different direction. I remember I did seek out, help of marketing teams and whatnot, and I didn't feel like it was some of the best move to work with certain people, not necessarily work with certain people, but um to use certain avenues rather. And so, I'm a little more open now, and have a little more knowledge under my belt of what needs, how I want to take this, and avoid, you know, uh losing ownership, and avoid losing the vision of what I want to do. And so obviously, this is just another example of a course outline. You can see it's different than the other one. It's a lot different, and it's similar, but we give a description of the course. This is how your landing page would look. You have to give a description of the course. You have to have nice pictures. Here's another. You have to have your photo and what you do and how long you've been teaching. You know, maybe some of your credentials or not. If you don't necessarily have to have a credential, but just how long you've been teaching it, what you're about, maybe some things about your personality, link your social media there. And then, maybe you have an offering that you want to talk about. Like maybe you have a book, or if you don't have a book, maybe you have a YouTube channel that you want to talk about, or you promote, you could put that all in there. And so here, the course content is a lot more robust than the other one that you saw. So we can cover that. These are the modules. And so, obviously, module one, we talk about the historical origins, the importance of Tut and gatekeeping lecture, Tut language resource printout, introduce yourself, bonus. So this is just how a module looks. So then this is the second module. This is where we talk about the pronunciation and rules, pronunciation practice, the sorting game, card game. It is actually a card game. Practice scenarios, the matching game. This is for advanced level, and then there's a Tut word flash card printout. So you can also add printouts if you want to, like things that students can download. You can add your own ebook, you know. And so the next one is conversational skills. And so these were some of the let's practice Tut synthesis, and then there's a quiz. And then there were some role plays. These were the live sessions that were in the beginning, because it's about a year and a half old now. And then this one is the it was creating poems and music. And then there was assessment in preparation for the open mic. And then the next one was, and this was just an example of the different things you can offer. There's Tut Poetry Cafe, so there's live sessions, there's a Tut course evaluation, there's an incident report. And so you can also say, if you want to add a form, if you have to send out things, if you have a product that you want to offer, you can do that. And you can add a form where they can send their address, their order number, their full address, and whatnot. And then you can also send out a product if you offer a product as well. You can also offer, you can talk about your service that you have as well. And so this will be your landing page for whatever course you're teaching. So now let's go back to the instructor agreement here. And so, as you can see in instructor agreement, there we do a recap so that people can understand. You know, the university provides the LMS with private login credentials. You, as an instructor, you can offer courses in various formats or a combination of whatever, however you want to do it, live or pre-recorded quizzes, discussions, all of them, or just one or the other. You can keep it simple. You can keep it really advanced. You can really go into SCORM for those who have worked at universities before. You can really go deep, and get interactive, add gamification, you know, and also you receive your own personal landing page for course enrollment, and then you can set your own pricing. You manage your own marketing. I'll give you my marketing toolkit because the reason why I haven't we'll cover the marketing toolkit. The reason why I haven't used all of the resources in my own marketing toolkit is because I simply could not afford it at this time. But the marketing toolkit does include access to, like, obviously all of the news stations, how to create a press release, and how to put that press release, say, in like all of the major magazines, Associated Press, Yahoo, uh, your local news, whatever. It includes all of that, and so I'll be able to give instructors those resources, um, so that they can use that to push their own marketing. And because, to be honest, most people are able to afford the marketing toolkit. It's just that with everything that I was trying to build, I built all of this, and pay for everything out of my pocket. And so I just had to, unfortunately, I'm still um, building this out. And so, what down the line, I'll be able to use even some of those resources that I'm able to offer other people. But you are responsible for your marketing, and using that marketing toolkit. And you are responsible for setting your own pricing based on what you feel your value is, and what you feel the course is worth. How much time are you putting into it? Are you doing live sessions? Or is it just pre-recorded? Are you integrating your YouTube channel? Like, it depends on how you have to determine that. I can't determine that, and also, be reasonable. What's in the market? What are, uh, like, say, for instance, we're going to cover a case study with the genealogy course with Kaylin. Genealogy course is it's expensive. I was looking around when I came up with the outline for her. I was looking around and I was like, wow, that's, especially, like, so we'll cover it a little later on. But Kaylin, if you're looking down, like, say, at the advanced level or at the beginners level, like, those courses are running like 500 a pop. They're even at the advanced level. I was seeing like other genealogy schools. We're talking like 1,300 a pop. And so I was like, wow. See, I didn't know that. And say like the first part, the beginner subscription, you maybe want to be reasonable, and maybe $100 or $50. But as we build out that course and get more advanced, especially getting into that archival research, just from, say, Ireland records, American Indian records, Black American records, like, once we start getting in depth, like, you have to be compensated fairly, because it's a lot of of um of work to put the course together, for one, but also teaching it, or even doing the research for other people. Because, again, we'll talk about that a little later, because I don't want to go off a tangent, because we're going to cover the case study together. And so now we want to talk about the revenue sharing models. Now, this is per course sale. And so there's three revenue sharing models that are applied per course sale to accommodate different levels of instructor involvement in course development needs. So option one is instructors develop your own courses without the assistance from the university. And so you would receive 90% per course sale. And so that remaining 10% is allocated to the university to cover administration costs, LMS hosting, and live session integration, and building of a landing course, and access to the Nakhti Community Center, which includes the student lounge, live chat, live forum, and your private think tanks, as well as the emotional wellness app access. So all of your students will have access to the emotional wellness app that is behind, that is behind the scenes. They can do an emotional wellness check-in and pretty much do activities based on how they feel. So, say if they're having a good day, they may not want to do the activity, but if they want, say, something with stress management, they can have that. And so that is free of charge. It's a part of every student gets enrolled in it. Some students use it, most don't because a lot of the students are older. But say like when we get into like even some of the young some instructors they may uh be good with kids. It's really good for them, but it is good for high schoolers, higher ed. But you're pretty much the emotional wellness app. You answer some questions about how you're feeling, and then it will give you an activity to do based on how you feel. So that it could be a meditation, a small breathing exercise. It could be a sort of gaming, relaxation gaming, and so that's also behind the scenes. For those who may not be familiar, this is the community center, not the community center, and that's where you have the live chat room. You have to be signed in, forums. You can create your own groups. Let me see if the groups are visible now. Oh, okay, so you can't see the groups anymore either. I thought I had that publicly available. But say like you say you're offering a course and you want to offer a specific group. You want to put students in groups. You can do that as well. And so that's why that 10% is allocated, because you get access to the community center as well. And so let's go back here. And so that's the first revenue model. And again, that 10% covers the design of the instructor's course landing page. But you would be in charge of creating your own course then. If you take option one, which is 90% and 10%, you get 90% of your whatever course sales. That's per course sale. So say if you offer a course that's $100, you get 90 of that dollars. You get $90. Nakhti University gets $10 per course sale. Okay. So for every course you sell, that is $90 in your pocket. That's $10 to Nakhti University. And that's if you are designing your course. Now, option two is an 80/20 model. That is the course designed by Nakhti University. And so this is for instructors, particularly influencers with a significant following who require professional course development services. Okay, so there is some contingency around who you know who I take on for this particular option, because it's 80/20 split, and it's a lot more of my time because I have to develop the course. I have to create the curriculum. Now, instructional designers, we don't necessarily have to be subject matter experts in your field. Like, I'm not a subject matter expert in genealogy, but I'm still credentialed just as an instructional designer to develop a course on genealogy, as long as the teacher who is the genealogist is able to teach it. I can develop the course around it. I'm trained in it. I have a master's degree in that. And so it doesn't matter what topic it is for instructional designers. That's just if you're an instructional designer, you're expected to be able to design a course in any field, long as you have an SME, and as long as you have, have someone that could actually is credentialed to teach it, then you should be good. And that just goes for any instructional designer. That's just the field. And so, um, say someone wants to offer some type of coaching on gardening or something, or whatever. I want to do some, I want to help people. I want to do some coaching. It could be life coaching, relationship coaching, whatever it is. And you have a following or whatever, but you require professional course development because you don't have the time to develop it, or you don't have the skill set. That's fine. We'll do an 80/20 revenue split per course, where you receive 80% of the course sale, and then 20% of the course sale is retained by Nakhti University to compensate for the curriculum design and administrative costs. So for this one, there is no upfront cost. However, you do have to be someone with a more significant following to take advantage of that option too. Um, and this option is available exclusively to instructors with an established audience and expertise in their subject area. And so again, you do have to undergo a brief approval process, which includes review of social media presence and then a submission of at least a 3-sentence marketing strategy, because I have to make sure I'm not wasting my time, or that this project is not going to fail, or that you're not going, you have to be serious. Like, this is obviously a money making endeavor, but you do want quality services. We do want quality, a quality course, and we do want to make sure that you are at least passionate. Like, okay, can you at least come up with a provision of a course outline? Like, what do you want? So if you tell me in 3 sentences your marketing strategy, I can review your social media presence. I can see a course outline of where you're going to go with it. Then I can take it from there, develop the course, and then you are responsible for whatever cost you want, charging the price that you want, and then marketing it, that it be available. Now, say you're someone who want to talk about a more specialized field, or teach a course in a more specialized field, such as like um, technology, the hard sciences, maybe something even in, say, like naturopathy. You know, you're gonna have to at least have a master's level credential to verify that expertise. That's just if it's a certain field. If you're trying to teach nanotechnology or TensorFlow or deep learning, deep machine learning, machine algorithm learning. I mean, I have to see some even if it's not master's level credential, it could be credentials from, certification. Certificate is fine as well. So maybe I should say, um, you know, uh, certificate is also okay for a lot of the technology fields these days, right? You don't necessarily have to have master's level. But you know, let's not, if it's something with medicine, you do want to have some sort of credential, but you are in charge of the pricing of where you're going to charge, how much you want to charge, and then your marketing. But if you have a big following, sometimes it will sell like hotcakes on its own. You may not have to, you know, uh, worry about your marketing if you already have a big following. And if not, um, again, my marketing toolkit, I know it will help. I know that is a standard toolkit that people use for viral effects. I just couldn't afford the some of the services, but I know that most people can. If you make over 40,000 a year, you most likely can. I own my own business, but I don't make much yet. I'm just now becoming profitable, and so I hope, to be able to use my own marketing toolkit at least this year. That's the goal. And so the recap is, this is available to influencers with a large following who require course development. You retain 80% per course sale, and 20% per course sale goes to university for the course creation and administrative costs. And so this requires, once again, social media presence review, a 3-sentence marketing strategy, and a course outline submission. Anything that's in the hard sciences or in certain, medicines and certain technology topics, it will require master's level credentials. We have to, for a certain technology certification. That could be, how they have a lot of the hackathon schools and 6-month certifications for to become a software engineer. Those type of things, that's fine as well. And so now we have option 3, which is also a 90-10 model. So this is a course designed for micro influencers and new instructors. So this is a little bit different than the first option with 90-10, and I'll explain the differences now. So instructors without like an established audience who wish to access the 90-10 revenue model per course sale, they can have their course design. Say if they need their course designed by Nakhti University, they just have to demonstrate proof of pre-sales or just pay an upfront course development fee. And that way you can keep that 90-10 revenue model. And it's lifetime. It's for the it's for the lifetime of the course. You can do that. And so if you don't want to have the 80-20 model, you can just pay an upfront course development fee. And once that criteria is met, you can go into that 90% per course sell that will go to the instructor, and then 10% is allocated to Nakhti University. Major influencers, they can also pay an upfront course fee and enter into option 3, that 90-10 model as well. And so if you don't have a large following and you still want Nakhti University to develop your course, you can just provide proof of pre-sales or just pay an upfront course development fee. And so that upfront course development fee does depend on what you need as a part of your course. If you're using SCORM and you want gamification and interactivity, that's going to be a lot more than if you're just offering live sessions and pre-recorded sessions and some quizzes and a couple of assignments. That's a different cost bracket. I mean, and you guys can go to the market and look at how much an instructional designer is paid. And so that's what you would be dealing with if you decide to take if you just decide to just pay the upfront course development and uh keep the 90 10 the 90 10 model. Now, I think I should go right into the referral program because there is a way to even get more profit. So let's actually do that. Let's actually just go straight into the referral program, and then we'll cover for those who want, say, a department named after them or a center. So say you are one that you're on the 90 10 model. You develop your own course or you had me develop it and whatnot, and say you're on the 90 10 model and you want to be a part of the referral program so that you can increase your profit even more. It says all instructors at Nakhti universities at Nakhti University are eligible to participate in a referral program once their first course has been approved and made available for sale. And so here's how the bonus structure works. So if an instructor refers another instructor who to Nakhti University and say they launch a course or establishes a department at Nakhti University, the person that referred them, their revenue increases by 5% for the lifetime of that specific course. So that increase goes into effect upon the first course sale of the instructor they referred. So again, if you're on the 90 10 model and you refer an instructor to Nakhti University, they make a course, the course goes live, they make a sale, you automatically now go to 95% of the revenue from your course. And so Nakhti University will get 5%. And that's only for the referring instructor. And so this is how the DAO goes into effect, where you'll see like the one of the incentives of referring instructors, but also there's going to be something where down the line, I'm not talking about it in this video, where the students are even encouraged to bring other students and they'll get revenue as well. But we'll talk about that in a whole nother video. But again, say I'll just give an example with Kaylin because we're going to be doing a case study with her course. She offers the genealogy course. She's on a 90 10 model. She gets 90% of her revenue and 10% goes to Nakhti University. Says she decides, she found someone who wants to teach a course on horticulture, and she says, so and so. Let's just say his name is Larry. Um, you know, oh, Kylie, I think we found an instructor. He's interested. He's cool. He wants to teach horticulture. He got some students. Okay, cool. She referred them. She's gonna go. She's now gonna get 95%. She goes to 95%. Larry, however, will still be at the 90%. She gets 95% of her course sales for the lifetime of that course. That only applies to one course. Now she's offering 3 courses. If she wants to get 95% for all 3 courses, she has to refer 3 instructors. But for that one course of her choosing, she will go to 95% of that revenue. Larry would be at 90%. Now, say Larry decides, you know what? I found another instructor named Michelle. She offers a course. She wants to offer a course, but she wants you to design the course, and she's okay with being at the 80-20% model. Now Larry's going to go to 95% for referring Michelle. Okay, now let's do it again with the eight. Let's do the example with Michelle. Michelle's on the 80/20 model. I designed her course for her. She's getting 80% of her revenue. 20% is going to Nakhti University. But she decides to refer another instructor. She's going to go up to the 85% revenue. And again, we will be able to have this model that we're going to find a way to incentivize even with students with one another as well. And that's going to be coming down the line. But that's just a way to get people to refer instructors and to also increase their revenue model. Now that's the vision, things we have to walk before we have to crawl before we walk, but that is the engine behind the referral program. Okay. And so let's see. I think we covered it with examples, but again, it is for one course. And say if Kaylin offers three different types of genealogy courses, a subscription based course, a beginner friendly course where she's doing the genealogy for someone, and then also teaching genealogy to future genealogists. Those would be three separate courses. She's on a 90/10 model. She refers someone. That one course of her choosing will go to 95%. And if she refers two instructors and they sign on and they make a success, they launch a successful course, then she gets 95% for all three courses. And then 5% goes to Nakhti University. Now, the thing is, uh, the referral program goes into effect once that referred instructor launches their course. So if I'm designing your course, I want to move fast. We want to make sure it gets done in the allocated time. We can even, I've developed an agile system. Even the way, Kaylin, the way you see your course outline is where we can get started in a month, but then you can add on. That's why we did the beginners. We did a subscription based course. Then we did a beginners course, and then we did an advanced, how that looks like with the advanced level for genealogy. You can build that out as we go. So it's kind of like you're moving as you go. So you're able to teach and offer services, but you're still building out we want to move agile. That's why I like an agile methodology. And for those who don't know what that means, it just means you're building out in real time, and you're adapting based on course feedback and whatnot in real time. But you're not waiting for necessarily a finished product. You're going back and you're evolving the course, and you're evolving what what you're developing as things come up. And so that is the way that is also that is also something that we want to embrace at Nakhti University, like an agile method. And so once that referred instructor launches their course, then she automatically goes back. She automatically goes up to the 95%. Now again, the referred instructor, they're at 90% or whatever option they have chosen, whether that's option 1, option 2, or option 3. Remember, and you guys remember the options. The first one doesn't require upfront costs, is 90/10 model. You design your own course. The second one, there's no upfront costs. I developed the course, it goes to 80/20. The third one, there is upfront costs, goes to 90/10. And then there's some criteria to meet with option 2 and option 3. And so here we talk about the application of the bonus. I think we already covered that. So as long as the course remains active and generates sales, you can take advantage of that 5% increase, whether that be from you getting 95% or you're in an 85% model. And there's going to be even more incentive to earn once we really get into the DAO flow. We'll talk about that probably in a month or two from now of what that entails, because I'm still working on that. But this is just one way that instructors can earn revenue. There is another way that you're going to be able to earn more income as well if you're part of that DAO Nakhti University network. And we'll talk about that soon. and then also for students to earn as well while they're learning. And so it's going to be a pretty dope model once this is all played out. I just needed, you know, um, manpower, but also dealing with, an engine actively, trying to sabotage what I'm doing. That's been hard as well. But I've been able to clear things out and focus, just get rid of the distractions, and also the people that I know did were behind, even trying to sabotage the work I was doing. And so um now that I've been able to get a lot of that out of my system, um I'm able to focus, and unfortunately, you have a lot of intellectual parasites and and whatnot. That happens. That's a part of the game. But at the same time, you know, I had to have more boundaries in terms of the information that I give out and what I say, and I realize that now. And so we did talk about that. We give some example scenarios. I guess we can read it. I mean, we can go over. We can, let me see if there's any questions in the comment section. Okay, so no. So it looks like people pretty much get it. I take it. I take that's what that means. There's no questions. Okay, so let's see. So if an instructor on a 90-10 model refers a new instructor who launches a course and sells it successfully, the referring instructor can select one course to receive the 95 split for the lifetime of that course, and all other courses remain at the original 90-10 split unless additional referrals are made. If an instructor is on an 80-20 model and refers a new instructor who launches a course and sells it successfully, the referring instructor can select one course to receive the 85-15 split for the lifetime of that course. All other courses remain at the original 80-20 split unless additional referrals are made. If the referring instructor refers 3 new instructors who successfully launch a course, the referring instructor can select up to 3 separate courses to benefit from the 5% increase for the lifetime of each designated course. So there are no limits on referrals. Again, the biggest thing is the engine is this community-based apparatus where students and teachers are playing those roles simultaneously, and that's what creates this peer-to-peer learning atmosphere that is decentralized. And the incentivization comes in place of supporting one another, paying for one another's courses, but there's also going to be another engine backing it where everyone can also make money um, as well. And again, we'll be talking about that later on down the line. That is not the topic of this video. We're just dealing with instructors, but I also want to do, something for students as well in terms of incentivizing students. And so administrative terms, the referral program is designed to encourage quality and long-term engagement. And so Nakhti University reserves the right to review and approve referred instructors to ensure alignment with the university's educational standards and values. And that 5% referral increase applies to the designated course only and does not extend to future versions or iterations of the course unless the instructor qualifies. Actually, I don't care about that. I wrote that at the time, but it's like it does apply to future versions. So let me the course unless da, 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 da. Yeah, it can apply to that. I don't care about that. Okay. And so now that's the referral program. That's just, and you don't have to use the referral program at all. It's just something there that if you come across somebody that wants to teach a course and you want to refer them, and they say that you are their referrer, then you would get, instead of the 90-10 or the 80-20 model, you'll get up that 5, you can increase it by 5%, and you are in charge of how much you want to charge for your course. Now, you have to understand supply and demand. What you're offering, is there a demand for it? If that price is too much, people may not pay. If you're offering something that's $1,300 and people only value it at $100, then you have to have self-awareness of that. If you only got 2 lectures up, and you can't be offering $1,000 for something, it is 2 lectures and there's no, nobody's going to buy it. So you want to make sure that you have awareness and whatnot of how you want to price your course by paying attention to what's in the market, I know how to do market research, so it's not like if someone needed help in terms of like, well, what's a good price, if someone needed that, I can do the market research on that, but at the end of the day, that's up to you. Now, let's go back to department naming. Now, say somebody wanted a whole department named after them, a whole center because they want to offer a bunch of courses. Like they have a big platform and they have some things that they want to teach or whatnot. They can go on the 80-20 model per course. Now, if they are, uh, you must offer, in order to have a department named after you, you do want to offer multiple courses and you do have to have a following. So those who do not meet the following requirement, you may still develop a department, but you do have to pay an upfront fee for those development services. And so the revenue structure for a name department follows the 80-20 model. 80% goes to the instructor, 20% goes to Nakhti University per course sell. And so what does that include when you get a name department? This is a custom department page featuring all of your courses and your content. This is your own forum and private section within Nakhti University, your access to the mental wellness check-in for students, your access to the student lounge, and then your dedicated branding space aligned with the instructor's expertise. And so courses offered within the name departments may span any discipline. So if you have trade skills, professional development, marketing, beauty, health, history, mathematics, science, technology, it can be whatever you want, but it just has to be a proven track record of expertise in that field. Make sure you have awareness of what your target audience is. Now let me show you like what a department actually looks like. And so let's go back. We can actually go here. And so this is how these are different departments. There's the esoteric studies department. We'll just go through how it all looks like. So say Caleb just wanted, instead of offering say one or two courses of genealogy, say she wants a whole genealogy department. It will literally say genealogy department, whatever name she wants. You have to name your department. You can name it after yourself. You can name it after what you are offering. You know, it would, how like when you go to a university, there's plenty of departments that are named after actual people. There's buildings that are named after actual people. I remember, they have a McNair building. They have an Anna Burrell department, the McNair Scholars department, named after Ronald McNair. So you can name it after yourself, and offer multiple courses, connect your social media, connect however you want to do it. You have to have an about section of what the department is about, the curriculum that you're offering, whatever services, and then your lectures, and then your courses as well. You say you have books, you'll have your books connected. Say you have PDFs, research essays that you want, you can have that all connected as well. Just like how you see here. This is all original esoteric teachings of mine where people can go and download them. But you can have something like this too. I actually need to take some of these things off of here. Matter of fact, hell yeah. I was supposed to be like kind of going, because I've realized that people are trying to steal like my intellectual property. I'm noticing some, I'm kind of, again, I kind of shared a little too much. And so I actually, as I'm live with you, I'm actually going to go behind the scenes and actually delete some of these documents. Not all of them, but a couple of them, because, people, you give people an inch, they take a mile, but that's the lesson that I learned. That is the lesson that I learned. Let's see, PDF. Oh, maybe I should do that after. Maybe I should do that after. How do I? I should have did that. I didn't even realize I had that out there still like that, and so I guess that's my fault. Yeah, maybe it is wise to do it after. But anyways, you guys can see. Let me just make sure Rumble is still on. Okay, yeah. Anyways, you guys can see like that. It's how a department will look with with your information or whatever you're offering. And so I have quite a lot of material that I write out, quite a bit, as you can see. But that's just one of the departments, esoteric stuff. And these are all the esoteric video lectures. But then you would also have your courses, though. See your paid courses. See, like right here, these just list lectures, but the department would obviously have all of your courses too. Is there anything else on okay? So then it also gives like you can connect a playlist or something that you want more things, more stuff like that. Say if you have some books, you can offer your books. It will be a whole department or product or service that you offer. And maybe if you're offering a service or a product, you can put that there too. And so here is another department, Research, Cultural, and Policy Center. These are just examples of what you can have as well. Let me just make sure I don't get kicked off the air because I do have quite a bit of bandwidth. 'Cause I'm trying to. I'll go and do it afterwards. I don't have time to teach, do something live, and then I don't have time to do something live and then work on the site behind the scenes. That's kind of outrageous. But this is just another department that you can utilize as well. So just an example, and then here's another example. That's another example of the Center for Sexual Health and Family Planning. So that's another department. And again, these will have courses. They will offer you would instead of seeing like all the because these are just my live lectures. They would be like your courses or whatever you're offering. So now let's go back here. Naming department rights. Okay, so we right there. We covered the referral program. No limits on referrals. We talked about that. Trying to think of what else administrative terms. And okay, so there is some confidentiality and non-disclosure as it relates to like the technology, any research and development, and also any discussions. Like say if you're an instructor that's a part of like the think tank or there's obviously some there's a confidentiality around student data, their personal information, their test results. Those things cannot be disclosed. And then there's a the confidentiality clause does not extend to illegal activity, obviously, but anything that has to deal with research and development, an LMS system, anything that's proprietary in terms of the technology behind the scenes, because there are other third parties that technologies that I work with. Um, the big thing is student data. You don't want to disclose information about the students, which is pretty standard in terms of their personal information, their test results, and whatnot, curriculum designs, the teaching methodologies, and your educational materials that are developed by Nakhti University. Again, like the gamification things, you want to keep those. And that's just for your own. Um, that's for your own benefit as well. And so, obviously, you have your resources, your discussions, the ideas, the innovations from collaborative forums. You want to make sure that all of that stays, confidential. What else do we have? Other materials designed for internal use, any business strategy, marketing plans, and financial information. You also want to keep that confidential as well. Because again, the marketing toolkit that I give you is very robust. It is very extensive. I took some time to develop it, and it was always my goal was to use it for myself once I became profitable in my business. So this year, I would love to use my own marketing toolkit. But say if you're an instructor, and again, most people, most Americans that you know that have income, they are able to afford the toolkit. So it's not like it's out of reach. It's just that I took the hard route with starting the business and not being profitable, and having to obviously pay my bills. And so that's why I haven't used it. But I would say for most Americans that make more than 40,000 a year, you should be able to use those the marketing toolkit, as well as like some of the other strategies that I would be giving to you. There's going to be like an orientation, and then so that orientation, I'm sorry, instructors can take advantage of all of the resources. Like it's literally going to be like a folder for you guys to to use. And so the instructor agrees to maintain that confidentiality, to not disclose. So that's pretty standard. There is a non-compete clause during the term of the agreement that is pretty standard, from 1 year following its termination. But let's go a little bit deeper, because intellectual property and course ownership is very important. And so it's very important that you know that instructors retain their full ownership over any live lectures and course content and materials that you personally create and upload to Nakhti University. Okay. And so if your live lectures, your ebook, whatever, you retain full ownership and creative control. That's very important, regardless of what revenue model that you choose. And it's right here in front of you in black and white. Let me make sure that you guys can see it still on the screen. You retain full ownership of any of your lectures, any of your course content, any of the materials that you develop. That is your intellectual property. And you upload to NAC, just because you upload it to NAC University don't mean that NAC University owns it. You still own it. However, if your course was developed by NAC University, like say if I have to develop your course, meaning I have to develop your ebook, your whatever, then that intellectual property is retained by the university. However, you can acquire full ownership of university related courses through a simple buyout fee. The fee would be pretty affordable. It's not going to be, again, I'm not in this to leech off of other people's. You guys see the extensive amount of content that I created on my own. I was showing you guys like all of, I mean, I don't have to take other people's shit, is what I'm saying. So you retain whatever you create. I don't care if it's just a one-page essay, a one-page assignment that you created, live lectures that you're teaching, pre-recorded lectures, that you retain full ownership over that. But if and even if I develop the course and say you're still teaching your live lectures, you still have ownership over the intellectual property. The live, even if I have to develop the quizzes, the designs of the forums or whatever, and say you just want to do live lectures, you still retain full ownership over the content in your lecture, or over that particular pre-recorded lecture. I don't um have ownership over that. And so even if I have to help you develop certain aspects of the course, and say you just want to do pre-recorded lectures on your own, and I'm still developing the course, anything that you design it, where your voice, you retain ownership over that. It's just more so if I have to develop an ebook for you, or if I have to develop the quizzes, if I have to develop the essay assignment, that type of thing. That's when the university will retain ownership. But if you are doing your live lectures or whatever, or if you develop it yourself, you retain ownership. And so I think that's pretty fair, you know, for instructors to maintain ownership over their intellectual property and what they teach. And again, with the DAO, we want it to where it's this peer-to-peer learning apparatus where students are incentivized to take courses, but instructors are incentivized to teach courses. And so that's where the background of the DAO engine will come in, and I'm not going to discuss that yet. So now we have legal and liability considerations. You guys can cover that. This instructor agreement is publicly available, so feel free. I don't think we need to go through all the arbitration. That's pretty, you know, you guys can look at that on your own. Let's see, scope of services, instructor design course. Instructor is responsible for developing. Okay, yeah, so these are scopes of services. We can cover payment terms. So once you decide like whatever course, how much you're going to charge for your course, you have to make sure that you understand that payment processing fees and then taxes. So make sure when you um structure the price of your course, you calculate that in there. So like say for instance, the standard credit card processing fee, I want to say it's still at, is it 2.9% plus 30 cents now, or did it go up to 3.9% plus 30 cents? But a standard credit card processing fee, I believe, is still at 2.9% plus 30 cents. And so you want to make sure that when you structure your course, the price of your course, that you calculate that in there, and then any taxes. Okay. And so I'll just give you an example. For one of my courses, I charge $100, right? I'll get 96% of that after taxes and after the credit card processing fees. So that I don't get that whole $100, I get $96. And so you also have to calculate that. Now, another thing that you also want to consider in the pricing of your course is if you're going to do an what's it called, affiliate marketing program. You have to make sure that you cover the cost. Like say if you're offering affiliate marketing and you're going to offer a 50% buyout to someone who um, market your course, you also want to make sure that you're still profitable and that your overhead is still covered and whatnot. And so I'll give an example for that. I do have an affiliate marketing for one of my courses. I offer a 50% affiliate marketing. And so if someone was to say of course it's $100, say someone's a student refers another student, they pocket that $50. I get $50 of that. But remember, um, I still have to. I lose out because I still got to pay the credit card processing fee. That automatically brings me down to like $46, and then I have to. If I have a product that I have to ship them or something, I have to subtract the cost of that. So you got to think of all of those things too when you're coming up with your price. And so, as far as your payment, that's by Stripe or PayPal. I know if you do Stripe, you have to choose whether or not you want your payout daily, weekly, or monthly. Or if you want to do your PayPal is usually instant. I think you could, I do both. So I think you're able to do both. Now, the student chooses whether or not they're going to use PayPal or use their credit card or use Stripe. And so that's up to them depending on how safe they feel. Obviously, there is an encryption, HTTPS, a certificate attached to Nakhti University, which makes it makes standard encryption for what do you call it? It's called PCL compliance for credit card processing, and so all of that can be something that someone can research on their own and verify that. That's why most students, believe it or not, they do just use the credit card. They don't. I do have some students that use PayPal, but most of the students they just put their once they see you're able to track whether a site has encryption. You can look at to see if they have I think it's called a shell certificate. Again, I used to research this stuff years ago, so I'm kind of past. Let me just, is it called a shell certificate? Let me see it. I know it's called like PCO compliance with credit cards or some shit like that. Let's see, PCO compliance. Okay, so it's called PCI DSS compliance. So I do have that to protect payment card from unauthorized user access. Secure shell users, keys, and access control and PCI. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I remember some of this because I set this stuff up years ago. So I was trying to, go off the dome. But yeah, there we go. That's what it's called. But nonetheless, you have your, you determine, whether you want it daily, weekly, or monthly if you're doing by Stripe. And so we want to talk about, resolutions in event of a dispute. We want to do a first attempt mediation through Nakhti University's internal resolution process and then binding arbitration. That's pretty standard. And then there's a termination clause. Like, so say, you know, once you sign an instructor agreement, like what is how long does it last? Let's review that. So the agreement is valid for 1 year. Okay. And so you can it's valid for 1 year and it does automatically renew unless either party provides a 40-hour written notice of termination. And so Nakhti University reserves the right to terminate the agreement immediately in cases of policy violations, misconduct, or breach of confidentiality. And so say if a teacher and a student get into it, the teacher doxes a student or something like that, then obviously that's an immediate termination. It's a policy violation. Obviously misconduct of sorts, and we're pretty lax days ago. You see, I curse like a sailor, so I'm not here to we're not trying to put on airs or anything, but at the same time, you want to maintain some a modicum of professionalism. But I think that a 48 written hour notice on both sides is pretty fair. And again, it's valid for 1 year that the agreement. There's compliant with laws, there's limitation of liability, there's governing laws, and that's pretty much it. That's literally that's it right there. The instructor name, Nakhti University representative, and then so example like here's some examples of course instructors can create. Say you're a professional trainer, you want to sell a live course to a group of students. You're an influencer who wants to do a free webinar or web summit with a large audience. I don't know if this wouldn't be free though. This is just an example. Say you're a coach or a trainer and you want to schedule or sell a one-on-one consultation to a group or a lecture. You can offer one-on-one consultations. You can also offer a group lecture. You could do a coach or training. You can be a corporate trainer. You can do Zoom sessions or internal training to say like your employees of a company because we can also operate as a LMS. I'm an instructional designer, so if you just need LMS and you already, you know, just want to offer, your corporate trainers for your employees, you can also do that as well. You can do Zoom meetings where the instructors can schedule, or you can do webinars as well. And so webinars and meetings are a little bit different, but you can do that how you want to, however you want. So that's pretty much the instructor agreement. We didn't cover everything in terms of like some of the more mundane stuff, but I mean, you're able to pause it and read it yourself, or just look at it, you know, on the website. And so we'll go back here, and so that's pretty much it. You, this is the website where you become instructor, and that's what we reviewed is pretty much listed in bullet points on the website as well, as far as your revenue model, the example use cases, and then the instructor referral program. And then we can go over the form. So say you do want to apply your first and last name, your telephone, your email, professional website or portfolio. That's optional. If you're on that 80/20, that's pretty much a standard. You should be giving me your professional website or portfolio. Your LinkedIn profile, that's also optional. What course do you plan to teach? That's required. You need to know what course you're planning to teach. Have you taught this subject before? If yes, how long? That's optional. Will you design the course yourself, or would you like an actual university to design it for you? And you can select whether you want it, you're designing it, or you said or if you want to put I need Nakhti University to design the course. If Nakhti University would design the course, please provide a brief outline. Bullet points are fine. You can also email your PDF or Word doc as well. If you don't want to put it here, you can also just email it. Do you have experience building online courses? And then now you have to select your revenue sharing model you are applying for. And so do you want the 90/10 model? Instructor designs you design your own course. You get 90% of the profit. Do you want the 80-20 model? Nakhti University designs the course for you, or do you want the 90-10 model with the providing the proof of pre-sales or paying an upfront course design fee if I have to still create the course? So you can get the 90-10 model and still have me design your course. You just have to pay an upfront course design fee. Do you have a significant social media following? Yes or no? If yes, please list your platforms and following count. Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, other, you put it just right there and put your following. If you're applying for the 80-20 model, provide a brief 3 to 5 sentence marketing strategy for how you plan to promote your course. That goes right there. And then department creation. Do you want department creation? That's optional. You can put yes or no. Now, if yes, describe the theme or focus of the department and list the potential courses you like to offer. Now, remember, if you want the department creation, you have to offer multiple courses, or else I'm not going to create the department. You have to have multiple courses in mind and a considerable following, like you have a considerable following, or pay an upfront cost. But that's optional. Do you have a proven track record or expertise in this field? If you do not meet the following requirements, would you be open to paying an upfront fee for the department creation? This is for the department creation only. I should put optional. If you're doing the department creation, I can go back and redesign that though. And then, are you interested in participating in Nakhti University's Instructor Referral Program? Referring to a successful instructor launch increases your payout by 5% in one course. You can say yes or no. It's up to you. It's no pressure. You can either uh, refer someone down the line, even if it's a year from now or something. Okay, and so payment terms, payment will be processed through Stripe, direct deposit, or PayPal. Um, PayPal is instant, but you will need to schedule your payment so you could decide daily, weekly, or monthly. I don't think I have any control over that part because you would have to connect your own Stripe. I don't have access to your Stripe at all. So I probably could just go back and delete this part because it's not really. I won't have access to your Stripe account. Um, and so this is where you would upload the instructor agreement. You must have an account to upload it through here, or you can just email the form to info@nacti.us. If you can either upload it or email it, and then you can press submit, and that will. So it's I'd say it's pretty easy application, and then your instructor agreement. So we went over that. I think it's pretty transparent, you know. And I'm excited because especially next a month or two from now, we're going to show you how like the DAO comes together with in terms of how do we incentivize the students and whatnot. And again, I've been dealing with the behemoth, um, and as far as like building this stuff out and unfortunately dealing with COINTELPRO and whatnot. It's been a lot, and so I'm in this space where I feel more comfort to focus on myself and to just build from a very creative space without being controlled. And so, and I'm excited to reach out and build with other people. So there's plenty of people who have different ideas that they want to teach. Like we're going to cover a case study with genealogy with Kaylin's idea, in her course, and we're not going to cover all of the outline because, like I said, it's extremely robust, and people will steal that outline. That outline is something that I went and did research on genealogy at different schools to put that outline together. And so we're only covering like literally the first part. Um, but say for those who want to offer a department, it could be a spiritual, so there's a lot of spiritual teachers. There's teachers that do gardening, coaching, whatever. It's up to you, but that would be something that we want to get started on as a community, especially, with them talking about the closing the Department of Education. There's people who have expertise in dealing with children, and dealing with offering schooling to children. And one day I would really like for it to be more of the hybrid aspect in terms of the learning pods. And again, I'll talk about that later on down the line. So right now we're just focusing more on the DAO, but again, what you can teach, or I'm open to what people want to teach in terms of the fields. I'm open to how they want to teach in terms of whether they just want to do a combination of medium to teach a course in terms of quizzes, live lectures, pre-recorded, group activities, gamification, interactivity. I'm open to all of that, um, and whatnot. And so we'll cover a little bit about the marketing toolkit, and then we'll get into the case study. And so the marketing toolkit does have some automation um, apparatuses. Again, we're not going to cover everything because some of this stuff is kind of like I have to kind of keep under wraps. But I'll tell you, like, as far as like, okay, where did you get this information from? A lot of this stuff is shared behind the scenes, so I'm not going to just be willy nilly giving out stuff. But um, one of the marketing tool kits that just want to give you some of an example. Like, there's different publishing packages. So say you launch a course, right? And you want a press release. Like you want to, I can build out a press. I can create a press release for you, or you can do it yourself, or you can use one of the toolkits. And so, say you need to have your stuff in, say, Fox News or Benzinga or Daily News. You want your course, and you know, uh, uh, there's different you know um, sources that you can. There's a way that you can get access to that, and you have to pay for it. And it's I would say it's pretty affordable for those who have a stable income, or already have like a little something in the bank, or maybe a little small saving. You don't have to have a lot of savings, but if you have small savings, then you can successfully launch your course with a nice press release, and have your course listed, say, even if it's in Business Insider, Street Insider, Yahoo, MSN. you know um I do have a resources behind the scenes of how you would do that. And there's people that already know that. It's not anything that's too secret, but as far as me just sitting on my YouTube channel and giving out that information freely, I'm not doing that type of stuff no more. I'm just not. There's also the Chronicle Journal, Fox 40, Associated Press. There's ways to get that information out there, and I have access to. I just, with me again, I was just saving up my money so I can be able to afford my own marketing toolkit. But I created this for instructors. There's also, say, if you want to send brochures to, say, students with based on a certain zip code, but say you don't. There's a way to do that where it's self mailer, where you don't have to physically go door to door anymore. There's also another way to do that. And so that's also another part of your marketing toolkit. It will include how to have, you know, legally, of course, because you can't just, there's a certain way you can do the services that where you can pay for, where you can mail out things to a certain zip code, um, and just do marketing that way without having to go to door. You can do it that way. How to get stuff in newspapers, how to get your course in newspapers and whatnot. All of that, you'll also get access to that. Let me just see, because I know I have a couple of resources down here. And again, once you get signed on, and your instructor agreement is assigned and whatnot, then you will get access to everything that I am talking about behind the scenes. And it's quite more robust than even what I'm saying, because I am trying to not give out everything. But yeah, so one of the resources in the marketing toolkit is a press release distribution service to 1.7 million journalists. So that includes the Wall Street Journal, National Journal, Bloomberg, whatever. But again, um, you have to work on you would have to just you'll get those resources, and it's pretty affordable for those who have stable, that are working or have a small income. And you can also market that way. That's just for people who just don't know how to market at all. There is some automation services in terms of email marketing that you'll also get access to. um, Search engine optimization, measured results, all of those things. Yeah, it's done. Let me just look at it, make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, the mail marketing. And again, those are self mailers. And so I think that's pretty cool. Like I said, I designed this stuff years ago. I was just waiting. And also, like, say if you want brochures created, because I create quite a bit of brochures. So say if you needed me to create a brochure for you, you wanted to, have had that design, we can also do that as well. There are some workflow automation services. I'm actually learning how to do more of this because I used to always focus on like automation back in the day. Like I remember when I was like one of the first people when Zendesk came out. It was like so new. I was like one of the first people to sign up for Zendesk. Like they like where they're at now, like they was not like they called me and was like offering me services. That's how new they were at the time. I remember Zendesk came out. I remember when After Ship first came out. Like I jumped on because I remember thinking like, okay, this is how do I automate shipping? How do I, I was always that type of my mind always works in like automation and automating of processing to make things really efficient. And so um I remember when Aftership first came out, I was like, oh, okay. It wasn't even like I'm telling you like where it's at now. And so I remember using them. I remember using Zendesk. Um, and I ever use Salesforce. I use Salesforce for a different thing. What else did I? Quite a bit of inventory source. I remember, even thinking of just how to. It was very clunky because then there's like these different apps and stuff. But now you can use like one automated services and use all of those apps just in one service now. Like when back in those days, like 10 years ago, when I was thinking of automation, it was like, okay, I have to sign up for Zendesk, and I have to sign up for Aftership, and I have to sign up for Shopify, and I have to sign up for inventory source, and I have to. It was like all these different things I was using. I had to sign up for, this email marketing service. It was all these stuff that I was using, and it was really bulky. It was different services, but now they got it so crisp where everything is all integrated now. You know, um, and so with a little bit of work, even with me, I had to refresh up my skills because it's moving really quickly in a new way in terms of automation. And so every day I'm like studying, like, okay, this is the new thing that's coming out. The automating is not so clunky. It's more efficient, but it is a little more. It requires a little more technical skill. And so obviously, I'm up for the challenge. I was like, you know, okay. And then obviously we're in the age of AI, and so there's a lot of automation around that. And so I'm happy to give, the resources that I used over the years, or even that I want to use that I just even couldn't afford, but I know other people can afford because they didn't deal with like the stuff that I had to deal with in terms of the financial blacklisting and being extremely shadow banned or whatnot. The average person doesn't have to deal with that. And so I know that those services would help, other people. They've helped me over the years. Um, and so I'm happy to give that marketing toolkit to any instructor that comes on. And I think that's all I wanted. Was that what I wanted to cover? Was there any of these? Because this is a lot of stuff. And also, there's Fiverr. There's a bunch of resources for instructors that may not know, um, like well about marketing. But most people they market. Like I said, I'm not the best marketer, and I'm willing to learn how to market better and whatnot. I do admit that, that's not my strong point. And so some people may not even need all of that. Some people they're just they're naturally good at sales. They're naturally good. They know how to sell the damn shirt off of your back. Like there are people that are just that good with marketing. And see, I've never been good with marketing. I have to admit that. And so I always admired people that had that gift of gab in that sense, where they can they understand sales. Um, I was just like, man, I wish I had that skill set. But I think it's something that can be developed. I do have to say that. And so that's the instructor agreement. Now we are going to cover just a little bit of the case study with the genealogy, but I do have to say that we're not what Kaylin sees on in her outline, and what you're going to see is going to be very different, because she has something that's way more extensive. She has something that's way more robust than what we can publicly share. Because again, this was something that, like, I researched, you know, I went to like credible like genealogy services that are even offered at even at certain even institutions and universities, and I was like, okay, what kind of outline can we develop here from this, and how can we offer this at the beginners level for those who are maybe new to genealogy, or for those who just want to have their services done for them. Maybe they want their services done for them and they don't even want to learn about genealogy itself necessarily. And then what happens if, Kaylin wants to teach other people how to be a genealogist? Those are all different levels. So technically three different courses. Now she would have to choose what she's comfortable with, where she's at, how much time she wants to dedicate to this, what she wants to offer. And so that's why we started off with a very simple course, that's really, really simple. And then she can add on to it, or um, to make it really advanced, or she can offer separate courses depending on if she wants to do people's genealogy services for them and just and do the work for them, or actually teach genealogy to the public, or teach genealogists, people who want to become genealogists. Those are three different things. And so she sees three different outlines, literally. She's able to see the outline. So what we're going to be showing you is just the first simple part of it, because again, like, people would steal this information and run with it. Like, and especially because, the government's trying to, do this genealogy services for Black Americans and stuff. And I don't trust that. That's whatever people want to do with that, that's on them. That's their business. For me, I want to keep it more so within community base, more local base, where people can go at their own pace and whatnot. And so we'll cover that case study. I do want to take just a little intermission in terms of a bathroom, a powder room break rather. And so we'll do that now. Let me, Kaylin, I'm going to message you behind the scenes as well, just to make sure that you have your outline pulled up. But I'm going to share the intermission screen right quick. How do I do that? I think I need to stop the screen share, right? Oh, here we go. I can do this. Do it this way. There we go. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so let me. Okay, so I'm back. Let me just get this on Rumble. Let me see. How do I stop this on Rumble? Okay, so I'm trying to. Let me just stop my screen sharing so that I can reset this on Rumble. Okay, why is this? Okay, so I just need to refresh my Rumble. Just one second, guys. Are you serious? I cannot believe Rumble is doing this. Like, really during a live? Okay, there we go. Okay, so let me go here. Because now we're about to cover this case study. Okay, there we go. Finally. Okay, so now let me reset the screen. Okay, so it looks like we're good on Rumble. So now let me do this. Let me share on here. Remove this. Remove. There we go. Okay, so now let me just share. Here we go, right here, this genealogy course. And again, we're only covering the first outline. And let's see. Okay, there we go. Now let me just check my sound on YouTube just to make sure that's still on. Okay, there we go. So now we can continue. I did message Kaylin. I think she's still in the building. If not, it's okay. She can always replay. And so the case study that we wanted to do with a genealogy course, Kaylin expressed interest in starting her own course. And I think that, I was looking for someone who was, for one, passionate about genealogy that actually had the skill set. See, I like genealogy, but I'm not qualified to teach it. And so I'm qualified to create a course on it though, because I'm an instructional designer. And so for those who don't know the difference, an instructional designer is taught in a very systems based approach on how to curate information or how to they're able to follow a course outline that someone's able to give them that they want, and then I'm able to design it based on the ideas that they have in their head about the course, about the goal, even if the goals and the objectives about their course. And and so when she expressed interest, like that this is something that she really wanted to do, I'm like, okay, this would be great because I definitely respect like the craft of genealogy and people who know how to do genealogy themselves. I really, really, really appreciate, how to be honest, how it was even brought to me. And so in 2021, there was a group of Black Americans. They don't go by Black Americans. They go by Indigenous. But they came to me in 2021 and was telling me about genealogy and whatnot, and was like, this is something that we can help you with. This is something we can do. And I thought that was dope, because it put the bug in my ear, and then I went to go learn more about it, you know, and then use some services myself to try to do, to do my own, to try to complete my family tree on my own. And luckily there was someone in my family that had, how like on ancestry.com where people was already having some of the, you can kind of see another family member's tree and whatnot if it's not private, and then use it to fulfill things that you may be missing. And so luckily someone had did that. And so I was grateful for that. But what I would like to have offered though was for services for the community in terms of genealogy. And so I'm grateful that someone expressed interest, and passion for it. And so I would love to work and collaborate, on that. And so I'm hoping that Kaylin is serious. I'm dead ass serious. Like she can look at that outline and tell clear as day, like, okay, this is this is pretty serious. But again, we're only covering up to final deliverables for this case study, because we're not gonna, like, this is, we go into the modules, the advanced course outline, we're not covering all of that, because that is something that we would actually turn into modules, into an actual course, into an actual service. And like I said, I'm fighting a behemoth of of a government, of a lot. Like, even now, like, there was a person, by the name of Arthur Watkins, who stole part of my frameworks from 2022, from a book that I've written called Enterprise Architecture Guide for Rebuilding Black America. And so, like, these are people that work for the government. And so what's happening is, like, whatever I put out to the public that is meant for the community to utilize, there is a group of agents, or a group of people who are clicked in with the government, or whether through intelligence, or even the Masons. What they'll do is they'll set up that same proxy to undermine what I'm doing. But it's still controlled opposition. It's still controlled by the government. It's not. And people communicate in code, or people will throw out things where that they're coming for you, or they'll let you know, like, we're ready to go to bat. We'll fight you to the end on this, to pull this from you, because they can't control me. And so it's been hard. But at the same time, it's like, with me, it's like, if we want freedom, if you want liberation, you have to build your own parallel institutions and infrastructures. And there's nothing holding you back but your own mindset. There's nothing. Like, even, yes, the government's going to watch you, or try to compete with you, or try to steal elements of your framework. Even the FBI have taken, and it's been proven. This is not, like, it's not that many coincidences in the world. It's not that many patterns in the world. If it's that many coincidences, you more than likely are noticing something. And so, even like the FBI had took part, this is a small piece of out of my defense chapter of the enterprise architecture, you know as it relates to martial arts and intelligence institutions and military science. They took that part out of my book. And then, like, in 2023, I received a call from someone who works in the government, who they expressed interest in another one of my books that was teaching military science to melanated people. And so, I guess they feel like, okay, since you won't work with us and with me, the way that they came was corrupt. And so I can't trust it. It's not like I can't trust these people because, so it's more so, it's like, it's not because I'm against, like, work with the government or partnering. It was more so like the way that you came was so corrupt that I can't even trust it. Like, you lost trust, and you have nobody to blame but yourself. And that's what they won't take accountability for. And so, in good corrupt fashion, it's like, well, we can't control you. You won't, acquiesce. We'll just steal your shit. And we'll give it to people who are controllable, who will sell out, who will have no problem they have no integrity, they have no problem stealing your stuff, and we'll just prop them up like they came up with it, and then gaslight you and just label you crazy. Like, that's how the government has decided to deal with me. And unfortunately, you don't have enough people just in the community itself that will take a stand and be like, you know what, we could just do our own thing, or we can just, we could develop something as simple as a school. We could develop something as simple as a genealogy center. Like, we don't need the government for that. And why didn't you meet our needs sooner? And why are you stealing information from your own citizens and then funneling it off to people who, are corrupt? Or, if they have done certain things behind the scenes where they'll steal other people's intellectual property, they'll have no problem stealing it. And again, when we talk about, like, this thing in the community in terms of, like, plagiarism, or can knowledge be stolen, information can be stolen in terms of the methodology in which it's used to teach it, who comes up with the framework, who develops the theory. Theories can be stolen. That's why you have to cite your sources. That's just common sense. People taking the time to do the research to put ideas together and package it in a way that is their work. And so when someone comes along and just be like, oh, it's for the community, it doesn't matter, that's laziness, that's theft. That's stealing someone else's essence. Why didn't you come up with you if why and then if you don't cite the source, then it's even more dishonorable. And so it's like it's okay to borrow, like, okay, if you use someone's framework, or if you use, but when you try to say that you came up with it and you did and you try to take credit from someone else, that is vampiric, devilish shit. Like that's not honorable. That's not, it's a fucked up energy to begin with. And what I know what they're doing with my stuff is just merely to distract Black Americans in terms of like trying to just steal my stuff and then act like they, act like they're going to do something. But I know that it's meant to kind of like, because they have the engine, they have, that's the government. And so like, how can you fight the government? Well, you can fight them with your mind, but it's like in terms of where people go, where the power, where they think the power is at. It's false power, but that's where they think the power is at. And they end up going over there following some shit that's owned and ran controlled by the government. They have no intentions on helping any Black Americans, and they end up doing the same legal chicanery and chicanery that they've been doing for the last 100 years with Black Americans. Like it's enough for actually the last 400 years. And so I could see that play. Even with them stealing like frameworks out of the Queen Mothership enterprise architecture, as it relates to community trust funds and um, reparative justice ideas about these things. Like a lot of my work, they're trying to usurp it, but it's really hard because I put things in books with documented publishing with copyrighted material, so it's harder for them, and so it's frustrating for them. So now it's like they it's it and I did that purposely. I was told by my ancestors to like, you got to put stuff in books because they're going to try to come and take it, but at least people will know, like, and then the outcome. And so I also know the outcome of when the government when the government purposely goes after one of its citizens, lies about it, covers up a lot of stuff, and then try to steal their work and then funnel it off to corrupt Black Americans who have no intentions on actually helping their people. They just want a bag and they're Masons or whatever. We all know that what comes with that. Nobody gets anything done. The community suffers. No, they're not going to get the community is actually not going to get into any community building. There's not going to be a Freedmen Nation. It's going to be just government monitoring and surveillance and intelligence all in your shit and more COINTELPRO shit. That's all it is. And I'm letting you know that because Arthur Watkins and they started a room right when I go live. And I noticed they've been doing it for the last 3 weeks. Not them in particular, but I just noticed the characters behind it. They think I can't see, but I see everything, and so I'm very much aware that they decided to go live right when I went live. Um, and the thing is, me and him got into it this week. Now people could say, "Well, you started it. What does do to I called out plagiarism, and I'm going to continue to always call out plagiarism. And knowledge can be stolen because if you don't, some people are just more intellectual than others. Some people have the gift of are more intelligent than others, and they can sit down, they can synthesize information, they can come up with theories, they can come up with their own books, they can come up with their own content, they can come up with their own frameworks. They know how to create shit out of thin air. They can see patterns that other people can't see. They can create inventions. That's just some people. And then what happens is there's other people that get jealous of that. There's other people that are lazy. There's other people that don't have that gift, and they'll go and they'll steal that work and not and plagiarize it and try to take credit for it. That is not the same thing as sharing information. You know how many books I have given out for free? How much information I've given out for free? Hours and hours of information, and I didn't care that other people would spread that information. But people, you take too much. It's like you're not getting anything back for what you give out. And then there's you got some grimy bottom feeder, parasitical suckers, vampiric people that will just steal someone else's stuff out of their book. Go around behind the scenes and tell people not to follow that person, call them crazy, or whatever, because you could see that they are COINTELPRO shit, that they ain't nothing but working for the government and that's grifting the people. And that's what you have to deal with in life. It's like, you know, I'm not gonna complain because I know where it's gonna end. I already see what's gonna happen. I see just from the fact that they can't get nothing done. It's been 4 years and they still arguing about reparations and what they're gonna do and who did what and who took what and who did this. And that's why I'm like, you gotta lose the crowd and focus on yourself, but also like you have to build from a very holistic point of view without government oversight in terms of like when people are that embedded, excuse me, in that system, you lose your authentic voice, you lose creative control, and many times you lose ownership even of your own free will in terms of what you can even say and do. And so I know what that's about. And you're not going to tell me that, they try to get me involved in that stuff. And so Black Americans, if you feel like, well, why didn't you just listen to what the government, why are you not just working with the government? Why you just won't follow what they say, and work with them? Why are you making it hard on yourself? Why are you doing this? What you have to understand is that the ability, the universe is mental, okay? And we've come here to be free. Enlightenment is our birthright. Free will is our birthright. Our souls are ours. Our mind is, it's like we have to be free to create and to do. We talking about just Americans in general. Americans have to be free to do the things that are from a very creative heart space. A very creative heart space where it's not about, oh, I have to control what this group of people are doing. I have to monitor what these group of people are doing. I have to trick them into doing this, but I really want them to do this. I have to focus on this. I can't think like that. And I've been around that space since 2020, guys. Very much behind the scenes, very much like them people came around me and I didn't know what was going on. I really genuinely thought that it was about reparations. And them people, I've seen how they moved. I've seen how they work. I've studied them for years, and I know what that stuff is about. And I know that it is it's for me. It functioned as a honeypot. I've just listened to a dude in a covert manner, literally, talk about they want to do another defense contract. They brought up Buffalo, New York. Brought up my aunt was killed in that my aunt by marriage in my adopted family, Aunt Steenie, she was killed in that Buffalo massacre. They brought that up. They brought up Buffalo. They brought up defense contracts, and then they threw a bunch of shots and digs at stuff that they feel that I am behind as it relates to how they shit is falling apart in terms of what they thought that they was going to get away with. That was just this week. So I'm just letting you know like the level of fight that I'm dealing with behind the scenes as it relates to people that I know are COINTELPRO, that I know work with intelligence against me, that I know work with the secret society against me. And so, I can't express how much like, you know, I know that if we create the silos within the mind, then the system falls. But you got to be at a high frequency for that to happen. It requires an extremely high frequency for that to happen. And so when we get distracted with the infighting and with the fighting and going low, then it gives them energy, you know? And so the only thing that they can do when it comes to like chosen ones or light workers is try to mimic and copy. But then they'll pivot and derail at the last minute. And Black Americans, if you notice, ever since 2020, since they kept us on that reparations hamster wheel, that's all they've been doing. They'll take us so far, get your hopes up, and then pivot and pivot. And it's done by design. So my only thing is like, well, look, I'm not going to be put in a box. I've never been put in a box. You can't put me in no box. You can't control me. I operate from a very genuine space, from a heart space. I'm not driven by money. I'm not driven by competition. I'm driven by truly wanting to see a better world and a better planet. And I'm driven by wanting to see a better country, wanting to see people in better positions. And that go for all people. I'm a humanitarian, first and foremost. I've always been a humanitarian. Now I understand that this system is built on exploitation in terms of the caste system, and that caste system happened to be racialized. And so, me being a Black American, only I know the experience of being a Black American. BLAQUE. I'm not spelling it BLACK. And within that, obviously, I have my own genealogy, my own admixture of what my ancestors are, what that entails, and whatnot. But we know only we know what that experience, and that can be based on a caste, based on socioeconomic status, even more so than race. It could be a class thing, but if it's compounded, And then gender, it's like only we know the intricacies of that. It doesn't even mean we complain, or woe is me, or I'm a victim. My thing is, it's time to check out. It's and this is go for all Americans. Like, if you know that you know what we dealing with, and we know that we up against a behemoth of a system that is wanting to control the hearts and minds of the people, but not for good, to distract you from your own ascension, to keep the conquer and divide shit going. It's always about conquer and divide. It's always about some infighting. It's always about some drama, even in the news, and we're moving past that. It's as simple as that. Like, humanity is moving past that. Certain people more than others, certain groups more than others, but this awakening, it's not going to ever be stopped. I'm not going to ever stop teaching from a heart space, but I am going to put up boundaries in terms of just, I'm not going to be freely sitting up, just giving out everything like how I was, because I'm telling you that it did not serve me in terms of what the government has started to do, which was just like, okay, we'll take this stuff and use it and give it to people that are, I know for a fact, are corrupt, or work with people that literally try to kill me, and then just say, oh, you're crazy. And so if you think that is sane for me to sit and do that still, and be as free in terms of just not establishing boundaries, then you are out of your ever loving mind. And it's like, well, why do you want to suck that much energy from a person and not give nothing back? And why do you think it's okay to do that? And why do you want somebody to long suffer with you? Why do you think that it's why do you want to normalize struggle in your community? Why do you want to normalize mulership in your community? Why do you want to normalize stealing and plagiarizing in your community? I don't want to be in a community that's just going to plagiarize stuff, and still try to steal other people's identity. Narcissistic personality disorders, and I don't have time for that. And I know it's not, I'm not blaming any one community. I'm saying, like, when I say community, I'm not talking about the Black community. I'm talking about silos of communities, sections of communities that you find yourself in. And so if someone decides to put boundaries up, and even expand, because we're while we set up boundaries, it is to expand within the silos of consciousness that makes you feel more authentic and free and more liberated as a soul. And that's where humanity is heading globally. Now, in terms of America, America has a chance to really, really, really be at the forefront of that. But I do know that America is fighting against forces that seek to enslave their own citizens and continue the corruption, instead of doing what we all thought they were going to do, in terms of draining the swamp, in terms of fighting corruption, stopping, certain things that we've dealt with, that we've seen with this trafficking, stopping even human trafficking. These were things that, we thought that we would be dealing with. Now, for those of us on behind the scenes, for those of us that could oversee things in dimensions, we know that there was a bait and switch, you know. And so if I have to take the hits, or it's not even so much taking no hits, because I'm not taking any hits. Like, I'm in a very peaceful state of mind, in a very peaceful, people try to enter in my silos to try to distract or throw me off, but for the most part, you know, I stay fairly peaceful, you know. Um, that's where we have to continue to maintain the frequency on a peaceful, loving vibration at all times. But make sure, we lovers and fighters. If someone come for us unwarranted or steal our shit and try to take credit for it, you must call it out. You have to call out plagiarism. It is not okay. This is not, yes, information and knowledge is freely available and the ancestors give it to you. That doesn't mean you get to go and copy someone's stuff word for word, copy their tweets, copy their thoughts, copy and then say you came up with it, and then go behind the scenes and say, this, don't follow that person, follow me. That is what has happened to me. And I have the proof of it. It's not like, oh, I just made it up. Like, I have documented it. And that is uncalled for. That is just not respectable. And it's only been happening in the Black community. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You couldn't possibly think that that is okay. And why do you think it's okay? That is totally different than just sharing an idea, sharing someone's book. That's information sharing. Oh, I like what this book says. Hey guys, this was a good book by this author. Go get that book. That's honorable. That's actually information sharing because they're gonna respectfully you cited your source, you saw you bigged up where the information came from, and that's how you do that. You don't just go and so again, I know what comes with that type of mindset. I already know what comes with it, and I know where it's heading too. And so I have to pivot to make sure that that blowback of that of the spirits that are attached to that that I they don't attach to me, you know. And so, Black Americans and Americans in general, like America, like listen to me. You're gonna have to, at one point, you're gonna come to a forefront of you having to make a decision. You thought you had to make a decision with the election and all that stuff. That wasn't nothing. That was horse and pony. It was stage theater. When I said there would be no election, the prophecy came true because did you elect Elon Musk? Nobody elected him. I said there would be no election. There would be a bait and switch. Was there not a bait and switch? There was a bait and switch on the American people, and you did not elect Elon Musk. So there was no election. Um, but time tells all. We in the beginning of this. We in the beginning of the awakening. We are not at the end. We are only in the beginning. And we are not at the point where we are it's such the baby steps where we still waiting for everybody to experience their awakening psychosis, the breaking of their own global MK Ultra, the breaking of the mass psychosis of the programming of the media, the social media, of the government, of the music, of all those breaking down of those programs that don't even serve us, let alone the trauma, the breaking of the trauma of that we collectively experience as humans, even from just the pandemic. These are things that we have to heal from, that humanity has to heal from, and moving into different ways of educating, moving into different ways of labor, how we get our food. Like we have to, some things are going to be going back more towards nature, and then some things are going to be innovative in a way that serve us, but we can't allow ourselves to be enslaved by technology and by a technocracy. We must, that's why with AIDDFES, the instructional design model, and even with the school and the DAO, the decentralized autonomous organizations. It's about self-awareness. It's about emotional intelligence. That's what it's literally a chapter on self-awareness, a little chapter, because these are the things that has to be embedded within the psychology of the American people. And again, unfortunately, like when you start talking like that, it's like, wait a minute, no, we do mind control. Like the government's focused on what does government mean? It means to govern the mind, to govern the mental space. And so someone comes along and talking about, hey guys, let's do decentralized, let's do peer to peer. It's like, wait a minute, hold up, let's actually, you know, develop a mechanisms where students can become teachers and teachers can become students simultaneously at will based on this network of learning hubs. It's like, what do you think is going to happen? And so either I acquiesce to that corruption or something cracks or gives. And if the last of the chosen ones break, then what is the rest of? And it's not. I'm not saying if I break. I'm talking about there's a group of us. There is a collective effort, and there are hundreds and hundreds of thousands of us, regardless of gender and regardless of race, that are trying to, you know, shift the dimension of planet Earth itself. And if we decide like, oh, this is not it, or this is too much of a fight, because again, a lot of us have been killed. There's so many that I know personally that have gotten out the paint, or that they have just driven mad like literally just like driven to homelessness and madness, or just straight slander, slander campaigns and stuff that I'm doing, slander stuff. And so we have to carve out like where we fit in this world. This world, Mother Gaia is for everyone. And there is like, I don't want to say like, it's like this inorganic force that's trying to force people into like mental slavery because they don't have an identity. Like this inorganic force doesn't have a natural identity, and they can't, it's like they don't have light. And so I would tell people like, protect your energy in these last days and keep the vibration very, very, very high. Don't let people try to bait you into bullshit on the news and, you know, bait you into arguments with people and family over politics and over stuff that doesn't matter. It is about truly alignment within the heart and mind. It is truly about the heart space. You see how bad like my accounts got throttled when I knew that I was like, man, the more I start talking about the collective of humanity and higher vibration stuff, and I said I'm going to get throttled even more. And people have to make that decision. Okay, whether they're going to just shit, I can go and talk about some celebrity gossip and get in an algorithm, or talk about like what I personally care about. And this is the type of time that I'm usually on in my everyday life. I can't fake that. You can't fake writing 20 books about educational shit. You can't fake that school, that instructor agreement. I developed that stuff. No one gave that to me, and I'm not reading off a script that someone else created to get. Like I created that instructor agreement. This website with the with this, I had to go and put that together. It's not me being ego in my ego. It's just like you can't fake that. And what I'm seeing is like what frustrates me is when this government tries to set up their own controlled opposition to copy me, and because they obviously have able to get a bigger reach, then they can just go and act like they came up with somebody else's ideas. And I see that happening in real time with my stuff, and it's like it's annoying. If nothing else, I mean, you have to. It's quite unnerving. Now I know how it ends because it's not even what they're doing is not sustainable because we're at the last of the leg. It's not like we have much longer. They only bought themselves very, very little time. I'm not going to tell you the amount of time that they bought, but if you found out, you would have been like, damn, it's not even worth doing all of that. It's just not, because we know how it all already ends. We already want. It's like people being able to travel in the future, then come back and tell everybody what's going to happen, or what's unfolding, or to guide humanity on the path to what's unfolding. And we don't always get it right. I'm a hothead. I scream, I cuss, I do whatever. I call people out. I cuss your ass out. I'll fight a grizzly bear. But we already know who won and what side wins. We already know. Now we may not tell everybody all of that, but we telling you, a lot of our ancestors been able to travel, and if they just pretty much trying to warn humanity, hey, don't go down the road of following that technocracy. Speak out now, fight back now, say the truth now, speak the truth now, don't hold back, let go of the divide and conquer, let go of the obsession with fighting about gender wars, fighting about racism wars, fighting about, I mean, you guys have to evolve the soul. And if other people are not going to do that, stay away from them and work with the people that are willing to do that, and let them literally funnel off into a damn wormhole, a black hole, a worm with 0 point energy. Let them fall into low governing force and be removed quantumly, because of the energy is so low that they end up collapsing on themselves, like into a like I'm just talking like frequency wise. That's what is coming. It's not because somebody is destroying them. It's not because somebody punished them. It's not because I can do anything to them. It's not because we can go in. It's literally because some people cause their own self destruction. That's just what it is. It's not somebody, oh, I'm wishing that on you or I'm cursing you. It's not that. It's that's what that frequency, that's the only thing that is from those of us that's intelligent, that is the only thing that we can see that will happen to those type of people. That they will fall. They it's just inevitable because there are certain frequencies that are just naturally higher than others. There are certain ideas that are just naturally better than others. It is. It's certain ideas are better than others. Certain truths are better than other are more quantifiable than others. And until humanity can accept that, you know, there'd be warfare. But like we said, love is the key. It's one of the keys. It's not the only key, but it's at least one of them, and a pretty major one. And so out of that hell consciousness, you know. And I'm speaking from experience because I know what a hell consciousness feel like in terms of the self doubt, the anxiety, the reliving of trauma, the time looping, all of that, the victimization, all of that. That's all hell consciousness. But it's time for a free mind. It's time for people to have free minds, true enlightenment. And that's where we at now, the application of knowledge and wisdom and moving on to greater and brighter pastures and a greater and brighter future. That is the true golden age of America. It's not a technocracy. It's not obsession with money. It's not an obsession with uh, putting other people down, locking other people out, lying, trying to cover up crimes, or trying to set up a stage where the same people that caused all the nonsense, they roll them out to somehow look like the heroes. No, that ain't how God works. That ain't how God works. Not at all. But let's cover this case study. I did go on a little tangent, but you know I like to teach. And so, you know, he's like, I got you playing on my TV, laptop, and phone. I'm here. Okay, baby girl is here. I'm happy to see that you're a little angel. You have no idea. I've been asking us how I can teach or help with genealogy, taking virtual teaching classes on genealogy. I'm being serious. That's my assignment. Okay, so matter of fact, let me get off this tangent and let's go right to your case study then. Let's go right. So you see, you're able to see your long version, right? Because again, Kaylin is able to see 7 pages of an outline. We're only covering 1 page of her outline because again, we're not giving out no gain to people who are trying to undermine us, and the government trying to talking about they want to do genealogy now. And this came from the indigenous. It did from Black America. It came from the indigenous. It just did. I know for a fact that it came from them. They came to me in 2021 about it, but they had been doing it since 20. You know, it was started on Clubhouse. There were a group of them that were doing it, having whole rooms. We talking about 72-hour rooms, helping people with their genealogy for free. Black Americans, they were helping Black Americans with their genealogy, and sometimes if you wanted more upgraded service, you know, there are people that you have to pay, which is fair. You have to give people the energy that they put. You have to this the law of transaction. It's the law of correspondence. You have to give people reciprocation, law of reciprocity. And so if someone is willing to do research, massive amounts of research for you and put your shit together and dig all of your ancestors past and put the history together, your micro history and put it together, you should offer them something for that. You should pay. Just like you'll go on ancestry.com, you pay for that service. You go take a genealogy course, you pay for that service. You pay someone to do your genealogy for you. They'll charge your ass an arm and a leg. I seen them prices. I said, whew, I didn't know it was that expensive. I thank God they do the Indians on Clubhouse did help me just a little bit. I did get done because I showed with it, and I'm a hell of a researcher, but I'm not. That's not my calling, you know. But I respect it. Like it's something I want to. I want to uphold other people that have that as their calling. You know that's why I always. That's why I never try to act like oh, I came up with genealogy. I always gave credit to where it came from. And I have no problem doing that. It don't take away from me to say that, hey, yeah, the indigenous, they were on the first on the scene with this. When we say indigenous, we talking about the Black Americans. They don't may not call themselves Black Americans, but there are a group, even, of indigenous that do say Black Americans. They also were doing genealogy too. But we're not gonna act like they didn't time loop that or get that blueprint. It is what it is. It came from them. And so now they were telling the Freedmans and the ADOS because they was like, this is how you make your claim stronger. I personally don't think they should have done that because they gave them so much gain and they took it and ran with it and now they trying to make a deal with the government to have a genealogy office. And it's gonna be, I'm telling you, they bringing up the word heritage. They not looking, they mixing the dope, man. And them people ain't got no interest in trying to really help Black Americans. I'm telling you, anytime a government, when has they ever done anything for Black Americans in 400 years? And so when I see them doing that shit, I'm like, they trying to get a bag, obviously something with grant money or some type of contracts, government contracts. But then it makes me think of grifting in terms of studying and monitoring who has birthright heirs to the land, whether that be land patents, um, and also birthright heirs even to the crown in Europe in terms of black royalty. That's all that screamed to me when they because they keep using the word heritage because heritage is what you receive. And I know for a fact that a lot of Black Americans that have royal bloodlines, it's not about like, oh, they're the boule or no. We're talking about like royal bloodlines and people that just work at Burger King or some shit. I know the fact of the way they oppress them type of bloodlines and how they set them up, discredit them, and even kill them. And so I've seen it. I've been a Black American my whole life. I know what the hell been going on. I know who be monitoring who and who keeps track of. So when they talk about they want now all of a sudden they want a database of only Black Americans genealogy and using the word heritage and lineage in the context of descendants of slavery as it relates to reparations, that's out of context. That lets you know that it's a two-sided, it's a double-edged sword. Yeah, they may have one thing, but it's like, okay, so and so owns that land patent. Oh, we found out so and so is the rightful heir in this. How do we get that up out of them? How do we monitor them? How do we? They'll send a whole gang of stuff of agents on your ass to drive your ass crazy to take your inheritance from you. Who's this, who's that? That to me is what that's about. That's why like you're gonna learn, and I don't care how it sounds. Black Americans are gonna learn the consequences of selling out, but they also gonna learn the consequences of aligning. The consequences of being lazy in terms of not building your own nation. The consequences of wanting to align with a system that it's sad, but what can anybody say? Because I'm on the outs. It's like being on an island of your own because you can't. The people is just that far gone. You can't say nothing to them. And then unfortunately, like with the American people, they won't speak up or say anything because they see it as a good thing, but they don't realize they shooting themselves in the foot too. Because if once after they done with us, for one, they don't even see you as special enough to go after you like that. For one, and then two, they already got you where they need you to be. You're just cannon fodder. You're just a pawn in a bigger game of control. And so when nobody speaks out, it has a way of circling back to you. I'm not talking to you that's listening. I'm just talking about it. That's just the way the cycle of life works. That's just the way of the law of rhythm. What goes up must come down. So whatever you put out, you're gonna get back. So when you see something unjust or you see something not right, and then you feel like on a temporary basis you benefit from it, or you realize like okay, and then after a while when they come to get your ass, and then you want somebody to speak up for you. That's why everybody was getting up so upset because it's like as far as they out there protesting or whatever, and then it's like a lot of Black Americans are not out there protesting, and it's like, well, why they don't have our energy? And they're like, well, so now they trying to think of anything to get us riled up, any little thing to get us, and it's like, don't take that bait because it's a frequency war. And if our inorganic beings run this system, they want your energy at a low frequency. How do you beat it? Be at a high frequency. Love on one another. And humanity has to get that. And you see that this government is trying to bait into this race bait, and I can't believe it said, they had Elon Musk talking about pardon Derek Chauvin or some shit, dude that unalived George Floyd or whatever, saying an inflammatory comment like that. We're having access to you know, the government in the way that he has in terms of the database of even Americans. It's unelected official, you know. That's something that people should speak out against. However, we have to be aware. Like that's why I do appreciate Offset saying something. My thing is the influencers should say something. But as far as like having the average black, having everybody just get out there and protest and acting crazy and acting a fool up and getting angry, no, because for one, you should be looking down on that type of stuff because it's like, damn, your mind is still stuck in that and to the race baiting, deleting police databases and all this stuff, trying to cover up stuff, trying to talk about, oh, we gotta have a war on this, war on woke and all this stuff. When people start talking like that, you got to get out of that frequency. You can't pay attention to no soul like that. Or do they even have a soul? Because it's like, what the hell is wrong with you in your mind in your old ass age where you think it's appropriate to make comments like that when America's in such a vulnerable state? See, they don't they hiding the vulnerability that we are actually in. It ain't nothing to be fearful or cry about or be complaining. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like I can see it. It doesn't mean I'm going to buy into it. I'm just a truth teller. I see what they doing. I see the writings on the wall. I know who it's geared towards. I know who's targeted, who's the target behind it. It's multiple people, me being one of them, but it's a group of us, and it's like, okay, whatever. We don't have to be in your matrix because we know how to crack your matrix, and that's with a high frequency where you can't, and your system will continue. It's like you firing it, you getting that, you crushing somebody without even firing a shot, and so the only thing they can do is go lower and lower, lie, slander, and you provoke them in a way where if they do something that's stupid that's against the laws of the universe and attack their own citizens, their system is completely done. And they know it. If they are provoked to attack their own citizens illegally through universal laws and even through the Constitution, then they are done. And so you just have to keep with that high frequency of love, humanitarianism, looking out for your fellow man. Don't turn on your fellow man in these last days. Don't align, don't take a ransom against the innocent in these last days. And when I say these last days, I'm talking about the last days of this particular this the matrix, this dying paradigm and going into a higher paradigm that is more real, that is not based on low governing force, that is not based on jealousy, envy, stealing other people's shit, all this nonsense, COINTELPRO. We have an opportunity to break out of all of that. But the distractions are there. And so if we stay distracted, then then they got us. But as long as we vibrate high, but again, somebody come to our territory, try to mess with us, we fight back. You bury their ass, you beat their ass like it's nothing. But we're not going to their den of iniquity. We're not going to their den of madness, pure madness. They had an opportunity to do right. They chose decisions they chose. They feel like I chose the decisions I chose. And so, spiritual warfare commence. But what happens is that Americans have to realize that that their experience on this life is spiritual, and that their soul mission and the things that they signed and agreed to while being on this planet is inherently spiritual. And once you get that it's not physical based, that everything you've been taught has been a lie, and it's the time for the reprogramming. Only you can do that reprogramming, though. Only you can do that reprogramming. So let's cover this. This genealogy right here. And so say Kaylin, she fills out her instructor agreement. She likes it. She says, I want to do a course on genealogy. Where do we start? And so um we will one have a consultation. Like, how many courses does she want? Does she want to just start with one? Is she looking for a center to develop a department? Where's her skill set at? How comfortable does she feel? And that's something that we would talk about behind the scenes, obviously. And so theoretically, we'll start the outline which the outline is pretty much already done. But then she needs, we discuss what where do you want to start in this outline? Do you want to start with the beginners, which I recommend the subscription base first, which is what we're going to cover, and then we can build on the the basic course outline for the second course and then the third one, or combine them all and just charge. It depends on like what does she feel comfortable with. So this is her thing, and so she obviously has a considerable amount of creative control and ownership over how she wants to present or how she wants to teach this course. What we do know is that she would need a landing page. And so remember, we were covering landing pages before over here. Let's just go back here to courses. And so she would send me some pictures of what kind of stuff she wants. This is just an example of a landing page, and what kind of, maybe she wants. You see how we have like these stock videos, whatever. So she'll have a landing page. It'll say something with whatever she has to name her course, something with genealogy. It'll be an enroll button, the price that she sets, and then the course description with pictures that she wants to use. Then we need to do the objectives of the course. What can they expect to learn? This will also be on the landing page. And then we would have the modules of what is actually offered. Now, you can't see what this stuff is unless you enroll. But there's, as you can see, there's video, there's PDF. She can offer live courses. She can offer an ebook, quizzes, live makeup tutorials, whatever. I mean, live tutorial, whatever, live workshops. For her, it would be genealogy. So, she can offer live genealogy workshops, or she can do pre-recorded. She can offer again. She can offer a combination of those things. That's the landing page, and then behind the scenes, she will have a portal. Let me see. Let me just maybe I could show my profile. Do I have a profile on here? Okay, so she will log in. She will see her activity right here. She would see her activity, her likes, her upvotes, her polls, and then her about, which would be her courses, the courses that she teach. Okay. And so it will be the activities between her and her students and whatnot. And so that will be that. But now let's actually look at the outline. And so we did cover the marketing toolkit, and now we're in the case study, so I can delete this part. And so say the example of a sample of a course title will be Genealogy Made Simple, Discover Your Family Roots. She'll give a course description. And so this would be like a service-based course. Like this is with her if she's offering a course to do other people's genealogy. That's just one course. She could offer another course where but this would be more of a service. It wouldn't be really a course, it would be a service, but she could still do it through Nakhti University. Then she could offer a course that teaches the science of genealogy itself. That's where this is the basic course outline. She could see that's where she would see these different modules of teaching people how to do their own genealogy. So she can do a course where she's doing a service where she's offering to do the genealogy for people who don't have the time. Then she could offer a course to teach people how to do their own genealogy. Or she could, so that'd be two different courses. And then she could offer a third one where she's teaching other people how to be the genealogist, like how, on a professional level, like become a genealogist. What I would recommend is that, we do a subscription service first, a service level where she has to tell me for one where she's comfortable in the genealogy skill set of hers. So I would say maybe service, and then also another course that combines say the basic course outline that you can see, Kaylin, and then your advanced course outline. I think that the basic course outline and the advanced course outline could be one course. And to be honest, if you build that out as we go, you can start out with the basic course outline. And but my thing is, if even if we do, if we, it depends on how, because you have to set your own price, you know, and so you have to determine what you think your time is worth and how much time you're going to dedicate. Yeah, I can build the course out for you, but you still have to market it. Like you still, I can give you the marketing toolkit. Of course, you can pay to have your press release and all of the news in the magazines or whatever. Yeah, you can pay that. And to be honest, you most likely can afford it. Um, you can do that, but you still have to bring in the students. And I'm very clear that the marketing is, that's why, you know, I'm upfront when I say you guys are in control of your own marketing, but you control your own pricing as well. You get a considerable amount of control, and you get my marketing toolkit. And so, um, she would have to determine like how she wants to complete this course outline. Does she want to just do a subscription service first? That can be done in a month, to be honest. That's the service part one. The basic course outline, that's a little more robust, a little more research. That is, and to say she wants me to help her develop that, that would be an 80-20 model. Or if she wants to do it all on her own, she can. That would be the 90-10 model. Now, if she needs me to curate an ebook for her, come up with design the quizzes, create the discussion posts. If she needs me to come up with the polls and the to make it, I can show, she can play around behind the scenes with it herself and figure it out. I'm pretty sure she can. It's pretty. I wouldn't say it's pretty intuitive, but it'll take some work. But it depends on what she's comfortable with, or she can have me start some of it, and maybe she wants to develop stuff on her own as well. And again, whatever you develop, you own that, own that intellectual property. Whatever you develop, if you develop your ebook, that's your ebook. Like, it's not mine. But if I develop the ebook, then it's the property of Nakhti University, and I think that's fair. I mean, it's me sitting down and having to do the research to to put it together. Um, and so that was the conversation that me and her would need to have, uh, in terms of like where do you want to start first, and how comfortable are you? What revenue model do you want? Do you want the 90-10 one? Do you want the 80-20 one? Do you just want to pay an upfront fee and have me develop it? Like she would have, and go to the 90-10 model. She has to determine that, you know. But as far as recommendation, I would say we start with the subscription service. That's fairly easy. It gets her hands, and she gets to familiarize with the LMS system itself. She gets familiarized with how to do a live lecture, how to do a workshop, how to, or just even upload a pre-recorded lecture if she doesn't have time for the live workshop. But I do think, like, because I know you have a YouTube channel, you are going to have to get involved, in some level with the social media to bring people in to promote the genealogy. So, uh, perhaps even, starting the YouTube channel with the short. I know you're good at shorts with genealogy. Talking a little bit about maybe a fact or two about genealogy. You can start there with the shorts. And again, I don't want to give out too much information because again, they take any little thing that come out. When I say they, I am talking about the government. I'm talking about um, the people that have made me their enemy because I won't work with them or because I won't play ball with them. There's a group of them, and they happen to be in a reparation space, and so, like, it's like, oh, you won't work with us? Okay, we'll just copy the, and they do it to me. They do it to a lot of people. I'm not saying I'm the only one. I'm not even saying I'm a victim. I'm just saying, like, it is, and I can prove it. It's not even like, oh, you're just being delusional, or you're just being like, I have it in black and white. I have it in black and white now, and I have multiple patterns of it, at least 7 different people that are in the same space, doing it. And so, there is a concerted effort. So I don't want to give out too much of the strategy, but there, and even if you want to do some spaces, on genealogy, or different, I don't know what social media you feel totally comfortable with. I know that you're in. I don't think you're as shadow banned as me on X, but we just want to make sure that you don't get shadow banned. And so, like, if that's why I'm not here to judge what other people are willing to say or not say on in the public, because just because I took the route that I took doesn't mean other people, I wish more people would stand up for humanity and for themselves and for their sovereignty, but at the same time, I can't expect everybody to take people feel like, like I got bills to pay and shit. They ain't got time for all of that. It is what it is. But I don't. What is important is like that you can get in the algorithm, And so I think that I don't think Kaylin is a shadow band, and so I think she can utilize social media and talk about genealogy and create a pretty cool sales funnel into her course. And then I do think even with the marketing toolkit, I think that that will help as well in terms of being able to get the press release out about the genealogy course and the target audience up. As far as target audience and sales and the marketing strategy, that's something that we will talk about also behind the scenes. But what we want to do, again, me and her would have to. I'm not even going to talk about that stuff publicly because you do have to when you talk about when you talk about marketing. I do know you have to have a targeted audience, and you do have to, come up with a good sales funnel and sales pitch and whatnot. And so that's something we can work behind the scenes with. But again, she will get access to my marketing toolkit, and that would help her considerably. And it will. Like even if she didn't even want to pay for certain things, if she's willing to put in the work even towards the automation processes, if she's just willing to teach herself some of those things, it will work. Now, we start with the subscription service. Now, let me show you how that will look because you guys probably didn't know that you can do a subscription service as well, in addition to a course. So, obviously, this is a monthly subscription, $19.99 a month. This is where my live lectures are going to be moving towards when we go underground. Like when we start talking about like certain high level stuff in terms of like strategies and think tanks and all that, that will be behind the scenes. Now, day ones, they get claused in. They don't have to worry about this because they have been around. But I do think like what the level of like 9 hour lectures and 6 hours, like there has to be some sort of energy reciprocation for that. And because I'm not monetized on YouTube, I'm not monetized on any social media. And so I think that, $19 a month with access to all pre-recorded lives is fair. And so with the benefits of password protected lives and whatnot, and again, we're not talking about anything illegal or doing anything that's crazy. It's just it's not smart for me. I didn't realize like when I'm telling you, like I even talked with people behind the scenes where they were like, "Whoa, we did not know that this was happening to you." Like they even can see it. Like people are like literally trying to like steal like your whole sauce. Like what the hell is going on? Like you have to, and that it just made me like, okay, I can't sit on the internet and be talking like how I'm telling you, it's just I'm not saying oh I'm a holy grail or something. No, but whatever it is as it relates to me talking about governance and strategy, I've told you I receive phone calls from government operatives that are very powerful, that are boule, that told me that the government was interested in my military science, that told me that 7 state attorney generals called him asking about me, that told me, that we were supposed to work together on things. I just, with me, I don't feel comfortable getting that involved with the government if they're not transparent, if they're going to be corrupt. And unfortunately, when I was around a lot of those people that's pushing government on Black Americans, that's pushing big government, it's not even that they're pushing big government, they're just pushing control by the government. When I was around them type of people, I've found them in so many deceptive stuff. I've caught them in a bunch of lies. I caught them stealing other people's work. I caught them being dishonest. I just called it to me, and I'm like, damn, like if that's what that, I don't want to be involved around that. It fucks with my frequency. It's not for me. Okay. And so that's why we're going underground starting next week. And I said that we were supposed to be going underground last week, but next week we have to, because we're going to be covering the political strategy for third political parties, but also, again, if the DNC wants to send some of their strategists over to Nakhti University or one of their Democratic shills over to Nakhti University to get that strategy to use it for their party, it will help them. But if they, are not going to, bite the bullet and pay for the research, then a third party can use it for all I care. I just know that it is helpful. But me, I crafted that in mind, knowing what I want to see for the American people and how I want the American people to be in a better position, and for the country to be in a better position. That's what the strategy is about, but also focusing on working class and middle class, not leaving people behind, focusing on the young generation, young college students, and young new entrepreneurs, as well as women, Black Americans. Thinking of the different segment populations as well, and how you target them uh, politically, as well as how you target Middle America politically. And so that's what my strategy is about. We'll cover that next week, but it's going to be on Nakhti University. So you will go here, subscribe, and you would have access. We're going to go live. We're going to go live on YouTube for a little bit, and then once an hour, once we start to cover, we'll cover we'll cover a specific topic, a mini lecture. But then when it comes down to the nitty gritty of hardcore, and I'm letting loose behind the scenes, again, nothing illegal or nothing that's so secretive or nothing. It's just more so like the energy reciprocation and boundaries. I'm not gonna be sitting up on X and YouTube when I know that they bury me in the algorithm purposely. They shadow ban. They do a lot of illegal stuff behind the scenes. They take away views on YouTube. They do a lot of stuff. Again, people gonna realize what's behind that's running this system as their time is almost up. And for those that's esotericists that know about, like, okay, the Prince of Air being given domain over this planet Earth for a certain amount of time, yes, that's true. Yes, we know that. But their time is up. Their time was up in 2023. Started in 2019. They were given the warning shots in 2022. They ignored them. 2023, they were told to give the treaty over. They act like they were, and they didn't. And that was a full blown fight to the end. And so if you can't understand that spiritually, for what I'm saying, when we say that their time was up, that their time for the rain on this particular dimension is up, that's what we mean. It's not like, people say certain things and be like, oh yeah, they time is up, they holding on for death grips, and you be thinking like, okay, you just being religious, or yeah, it sound good. It sounds good. Like I used to really think that when I heard people saying that. Like, oh, Babylon's falling, or London Bridge is falling down, or a time is up. Like when I used to hear people say that, I used to really be like, yeah, whatever. You've been saying that for decades. No, like this, did I truly, truly understand that feeling now. I truly, truly, truly understand what they mean by that, because they could see it on a higher frequency. See, but I couldn't see it on that higher frequency. I just was listening to them, but it's like, okay, it sounds good, but I'm like, I couldn't see it, but now I could see it spiritually. I'm like, yeah, they time is up. You on borrowed time, and you fucking around, you lying, and you don't mess with the wrong one, and with the wrong group of people. And see, they got them in the matrix. They can't see. They won't fight for themselves, or they scared, or they worried about matrix shit. That's on them. But it's like when we said what we said and we meant it, and you gonna feel it, and you already feeling it. This system is already feeling it. See, they hide a lot about what's going on, but they sent some shots this week at me. And by that, I mean, like, they literally was talking about, defense contracts and Buffalo and who they got at and who they can target. And I'm like, damn, they throwing real subliminal code at my ass. They ain't even hiding that. And that person isn't, well, you know who he worked for and who he aligned with, but they didn't got at him because it's like the Black Americans is starting to wake up to what is going on, and I'm like, and I just pray that it's the American people in general, because yes, we need the high frequency of my community. And we also need like the American people. Like y'all have to. It can't just be a couple hundred of us or a couple thousands of us. Like we need people to. And by that we don't mean taking to the streets. We talking about the mental space, the mentality of wanting to see the world in a better space and visualizing and on that heaven on earth, the heaven on earth. But it starts in the mind. And once we get enough people, I'm telling you, a quantum leap, and you'll see systems that are unfair fall. You'll see systems that are unjust fall overnight like it's nothing. I'm already seeing a little bit of it. And then you'll also be able to affect it too. And see, they pissed off at a group of us because they like, we know that y'all them bitches that's behind all these plane crashes, the bitches that's behind wildfire. When we talking about just the mind, not actually going and actually doing it. Or you can't prove, we just crazy people, as they say. But they know, and it's like, you know what? We're gonna get your asses. We bury you in the algorithm. And we fight back. But it's with the mind. It's nothing but with the mind. I promise you. It ain't even rituals. It's just the mind. It's not even ceremonial magic. It's just the mind. And that's ancient ancestral technology. That's the only technology you need is the technology up to down your damn spine, your 33 vertebrae, and your chakra energy system. That's all you need. That's the only technology you need, I promise you. The quantum supercomputer is your brain. You don't need to hook no neural link in your damn chip in your head. The technology is all in the mind. It's very sophisticated. Just like how people, remember when they was trying to get people to take that mRNA and we like, wait a minute, we have immune systems that are so powerful. We don't need that. Our immune system will fight off most things. It is so intricately designed. It is so immaculately designed by Creator Most High God. And we don't need to have no synthetic mRNA in our shit. Hell no. You say hell no. You better fight and say no. You do not comply. You will not consent. I don't care if they say, well, you know what? We taking EBT, we taking this, we taking that. Because that's what they're going to do. That's what they're trying to do. Oh, they want to take Social Security. They want to take, and I don't get none of that. I don't get Social Security. I don't get EBT. I don't get Medicaid. I don't get none of that. But I do understand, like, if you're going to have a government, then there has to be an incentive for people to go along with it, or you're just going to have anarchy, or you won't have nothing. And if you're not going to sit up there, what makes people, what gives the government legitimacy? Looking out for the people. And if you ain't looking out for the people, then they don't got no obligation to follow a social contract and be in your system. That's just common sense. They're going to rebel. That's just common sense. You could say, oh, well, that's laziness or whatever. Humans are naturally creatures of habit. They are naturally creatures of convenience. I mean, what the fuck did you expect? The fuck? The most humans are gonna do is grow their own food, go grab food off the farm, work hard on the farm, work hard to get the water, and that's pretty much your day. Making sure, honestly, if we were just nothing but just creatures on planet Earth without any technology or without any of this system, what would you need to do? Go hunting for your food and farm and grow your own food right now. Maybe you have some livestock. Maybe you work on breeding or whatever of your farm's livestock. That's pretty much your day. And people hated that lifestyle. Let's be real. That lifestyle was in my family for generations, and they wanted to leave and go into the city and go up north. How many of that is our lifestyle in the South, generationally? Then they had all them factories, the steel mills and all that stuff in the north, and people wanted to give up their lands to go to the north, white and black. And you see, our generations are more so like, yeah, we wish we had that land. We want our land, or we want, and I still have land in my family, and then there's a family member preventing me. Like, I'm literally a direct heir to it, but they said, oh, the land is cursed and they not helping me get it. I would have to go and do it on my own and go get the deeds and find that stuff on my own. But yes, there is land in my family. I would be literally the direct heir to. It's been in bloodline for hundreds and hundreds of years. And see, that's what like Black Americans and I see. I can't even get access to it. I don't even know where to start. See, I know the Indians are trying to help me with to find these land patents and get the deeds and stuff. And that's why I'm happy that someone's willing to offer genealogy courses because that, believe it or not, helps you understand what kind of inheritance you got. My thing is, I don't trust the government talking all up in our shit about inheritance because in my situation where you know, mind you, I was adopted out, but I still was able to know my family, whatever. But imagine if my adopted family did not link up with my biological family and they did keep it closed, knowing that I do have land in Alabama, I would have never known that. Then what? Then what? And see the government going and be able to confiscate your land. Oh, you don't have no heirs. That's technically what they can do. If I and I was told like you would have to go and fight for that because I'm not helping. I'm not telling you where to go and get that land. You got to go and do it on your own because that person feels like that land is cursed. Well, if a land is cursed, it can be uncursed. If something is cursed, it can be uncursed. What do you think the power of God is? If you everybody know, I mean, I won't say everybody, but like those who the highest levels that's running this government, they know what the power of God looks like. And they know who when they attack certain citizens and individuals what they are capable of. And so my thing is, for my family member that told me the land is cursed, then it can be uncursed. What we got to do because your feet is your landmark, and wherever your feet walk, it becomes the vibration of what you are. You can infuse the energies of a landmass. You can cleanse the energy of a landmass. So I just don't. I just didn't understand that. But I also know that person is kind of like I know the bloodline is in deep waters because we decided to walk away from certain things. We decided to walk away, and so I do understand what he mean. But at the same time, I'm like, you can't be afraid of that. You don't give up no land because of that. It's time for healing, and it's time. What do you mean? It's so because them ancestors have helped me on his side, has revealed information to me, has carried me. And so don't I don't understand that part. So I am probably going to look. And he said if I want to go and get that land, I got to do it on my own. I probably will go and do it then. I just need one of them Indians to help me with them. They talk about them land patents or some shit like that. But when they talk about heritage and going to research people's genealogy, Black Americans, y'all be careful with that. And it's because they ain't offering no policies now. All of a sudden, the Republican Party, that's the only thing they talk about is heritage and genealogy. But okay, what about the justice claim? What about the reparative justice? What about the other things that Black Americans care about? That the policies that are for us. Y'all want to talk about our heritage? I keep the play. And I know I'm one of them people that's caught up in that, but I know there's a lot of Black Americans in Buffalo that got land, that got, that's why they knocked off that Buffalo and Tops, that massacre that they did, that I told you my Aunt Steenie got caught up in. That's Joanne's sister. And Aunt Joanne, people say, oh yeah, Kylie, Aunt Joanne, I'm Jackie's daughter. These people know who I am. We just haven't had any contact in a long time because once Granny died, once my adopted mom died, I call my adopted mom Granny. We didn't see Aunt Joanne that much, but we used to go over there every Friday to play spades. And Aunt Steenie, my granny used to take Aunt Steenie home every Friday. hmm Remember I was telling you about the Green Ghetto Lounge last week and all that? That the lady, Steenie Celestine, that died in the tops in that massacre in Buffalo. That is my adopted aunt through marriage. So we called her Aunt Steenie growing up. She passed in that massacre. Aaron Salters died. He went to Hutch Tech. He went to the same high school as me. This other teacher, one of the teachers, I want to say at 38. Like people in Buffalo knew who those people were. Like it wasn't fake. Like people be like, "Oh, that's a psyop." Psyops does a psyop could still be a blood sacrifice. A psyop could still be a literal ritual. A psyop does mean people die. Just because something is psyop, people still die. So it was not staged. Like that shit was real as hell. Like it was my aunt Joanne. Again, I remember I received a phone call from one of my family members. I called another aunt. I said, "Is everybody in Buffalo okay?" And that's when my aunt told me that my adopted sister called her screaming and crying, saying that Steenie got hit. And I asked her to explain to me how it happened. And that's when she said, they heard the shooting. Steenie and Joanne, they were ran out. They were running out of Tops. They were running out through the back of Tops or something like that. They were ran through the back of Tops, and she looked around and because when you got the adrenaline, you can't see what's going on. So it wasn't like they were holding hands, walking and running. And she looked around and didn't see her sister with her, and that's when they found out that she was one of the ones that got hit. And then I said, "Wow," I was like really like sad. And then another family member called and was like, "Why is we call him Jack, but his name is Wayne." He's like, "Why is Jack on damn CNN?" Like what the hell? Like what is he doing on CNN? Like what is? And I'm like, I said, "What you mean, Jack?" I'm like, he's like Sean's best friend. That's my adopted brother. That was my adopted brother's best friend. We look and we like, and then that's and I said, "Well, I called. That's what happened." You know, and so what I say that to say is like them people in Buffalo, they have inheritances from down south. A lot of them are indigenous, part indigenous, but a lot of them also have that royal, Sephardic Moorish bloodline from Ireland and Spain and Normandy, whatever, Britain, however you want to look at it. But also, a lot of them are part indigenous, and then they have a lot of land in the south. They have air rights to a lot of. They have a lot of air rights. Say someone like Aaron Salters. You can look at the surnames, and then obviously you go on to Hutch Tech. He went to Canisius. That's a Jesuit college. He went to Canisius. He was a police officer. He knew a lot. He was a genius. He created a engine that can run on water in his backyard in the quote unquote hood of Buffalo, New York. But I told you that's not really like what's considered hood just because it's an area of black people. A lot of black Americans in Buffalo, they'll technically be middle class, but they'll still live in quote unquote lower income area because they'll own the homes, but then they'll still be on the east side, which you do have low income people on the east side, but not all of it is low income. And so they all just kind of stick together. And the teachers, that's why he was doing, security work at Tops in Buffalo, New York. An inventor that invented a car that can run on water, that went to Hutch Tech, was a police officer, went to Canisius, Jesuit College, is doing security, volunteer security guard at the damn Tops in Buffalo, New York, in the hood in Jefferson. That's the type of mindset that people have. Like I told y'all the story of the lady that had the child care daycare center making $250,000 a year on 9 homes on the block, living in the hood in Utica, in the hood, and clearly had the money to go to Orchard Park. Clearly had the money to go to Amherst. And we would ask, "Why you don't go to Amherst? Why you don't go to Orchard Park?" They don't have no interest. They don't think like that. A lot of people in Buffalo don't think like okay, let me go and go. Again, it's a different breed. It's a different mindset because Buffalo is so stratified, unlike New York City, unlike even Atlanta, like the big cities, unlike even Charlotte, where there's more diversity or where people are not, it's not as tense. Like Buffalo, I'm telling you, I didn't know. I had no idea, that, you know, that the world was differently, that it exists differently, like say in New York City. Like I felt more freer in New York City. I did not like New York City in terms of the city living because I'm more country at heart, even though I'm from Buffalo. Um, from the north, I have more of I like country living more. I mean, I like to. It's kind of a mixture. Like I like to be close to the city, but I don't want to be it directly in the city. But New York City, that was just too much city for me, and I didn't enjoy it. I mean, I like some elements of it, but what I did like was like, wow, like this is so much different than Buffalo, New York. Like wow. and people are more diverse. Like, like you watch the show Hey Arnold, and you see Arnold and Gerald as best friends growing up. Like you could see certain stuff. Like it's really like an element of New York City that embodies that. That's not the same in Buffalo, New York. People get along. I mean, don't get me wrong. Ain't nobody walking around with chips on their shoulder. Some people are. I would have to say the Black Americans are in Buffalo, New York, um, because of the racial stratification, and you could feel it. It's like you go into certain tops. Everybody is going to stop at, as you go to tops way out in Amherst. I remember like way, way out, not the one that's on Main Street either on by UB. I'm talking about the one that's way, way out. I remember going into that tops, and everybody in that top stopped and would look at you. You go a certain Cracker Barrel that's way out. You think you're going on Sheridan Drive way out. You go in certain places in Buffalo, New York, and everybody will stop. Them white folks will all stop and look at you like, what is you doing in here? And then there's certain places that's not like that. Like I went to Franklinville out there. That's like that's way out. That's like the rural of Western New York, I want to say. Upstate New York or some shit like that. We went up Franklinville, and there was some good folk. They was good to us out there. We was the only black kids out there. We went out there part of a program that Buffalo State College took us. It was a part of a program where they wanted us to go to this workshop. It was in the cabin though, so it was like we had marshmallows like and whatnot. But we went to Franklinville, and um it was out in the middle of nowhere. I swear it was. I mean, it was upstate. I want to say upstate New York or some shit like that. But all I remember is they had there was a cabin, lots of farmland, farm animals. It was a bunch of white folks, but they were really nice to us out there, and they treated us really nice. And they had marshmallow. Remember, we did bonfire. So we did a bonfire, and see, it was funny. It was interesting because a lot of kids from New York City come to Buffalo State College. So it was mostly kids from Buffalo State College from New York City that was in the program that took us to Franklinville. But a couple of us was from Buffalo. Like we were born and raised in Buffalo. We were from there too. Or I was born in Rochester, but I was raised in Buffalo. And it was what was interesting is that they started the fire for us, the bonfire, and they brought us marshmallows and Hershey's and graham crackers to make s'mores. And the kids from Buffalo, we delighted in that experience. Like we were like, yes, like we get to our first time making s'mores because kids from New York City, they look at kids I would say this at least at Buffalo State College. We were 18 years old at the time. The the students from New York City viewed students from Buffalo as country. No lie, they saw us as country. That's like y'all talk country, y'all act country to us. Like, and they would laugh, they would crack up, and we would say certain things, like especially with me, like if I would be talking to them, and we would, kids from Queens, kids from Brooklyn, kids from Harlem, we would all be just talking, having a good time, sneaking and drinking and whatnot, and up all night partying or whatever. And when they say they used to always give us the side eye. Like them kids from New York City used to be cracking up. They was like, y'all weird to us. We're like, why are we weird to y'all? Y'all talk country. And I'm like, what? They felt like Buffalo was ghetto and country. And I'm like, Buffalo is the North. It's New York. It's New York State. It's Western New York. And they're like, y'all talk country. So when we went to Franklinville, we had the bonfire, and all of the kids from Buffalo, we were delighted to have that fire. We were all out there with those s'mores and sticks and shit. The sticks, we didn't know what we was doing, but we had a good old funky time. But the kids from New York City, they was like, fuck this shit. They took them s'mores, they made them s'mores and put that shit in the microwave and had plastic plates. They said, we ain't going out there. And they was like, first of all, we getting bit up. It stank. It's country as fuck. No, we hearing hooting and we hearing owls and different animals and stuff. They was like they because you had to walk from the fire from the bonfire up to the cabin. I would never forget. I was cracking up because I was like, I said that's a big cultural difference, and they were all Black Americans, by the way. But I said that's a big cultural difference to see how they just was like, look, we ain't sitting. No, we ain't sitting out here with y'all. It's cold as fuck. It's fire every now. No, And I remember because I was like, again, I have I have a background in sociology, so my mind is always like observing people. I'm extremely observant, and so I was out there with the fire. But when I saw the group of all the kids from New York City, was like, nah, we ain't doing this, and all the kids from Buffalo just left out. I followed the kids from New York City because they were all my friends anyway, quote unquote friends, but just cool people. And so I followed them in the kitchen just to observe what they were going to do, and they was like, we just gonna put it in the microwave. We ain't got time to be out there with that with no damn s'mores. And I said, well, to be honest, it did taste a little, it tastes better because we were burning the marshmallows and shit. We didn't know what we were doing. Um, but they had it in their microwave and they said, see, same result. We in the warmth, we in the cabin. We got the TV, we out there. The kids from Buffalo is out there trying to get our little our little country on, trying to get the experience. And then we had the hiking and stuff. It was a big old hiking. They forced us to get up like at 8 a.m. to go hike, and whatnot. And um, I remember we did that. And that was pretty fun. But once again, I remember the kids from New York City looking like, why do we got to do this? They couldn't wait to get back. They couldn't wait to get to get back to Buffalo. And I said, well, do you still think the Buffalo is country? They was like, not as bad as Franklinville, but still. But nonetheless, big tangent, going down memory lane. It's a part of my healing journey. It is what it is. But when it comes to Kaylin, you know, she would do she can do a subscription base of where she does people's genealogy services for them, maybe a couple of lectures, a workshop, pre-recorded that she could do it that way, or she can just do a regular course where it's a um payment, an actual. And I say she could do both. To be honest, I think she should take advantage of both, of offering to teach people how to do genealogy, how to do their own genealogy. And then I think she should do one where she does the genealogy service for people as well, for people who don't have time to do it. And I think that would be a cool look for her. Now let's go back and actually cover, you know, what else is there. Let me make sure that my sound is good. Well, the Freemans, when we talk about the government trying to fund a genealogy program, the same government that already know who we are, they do know who we are, but there was a segment of Black Americans, um, who, to be honest, was very sophisticated and smart at hiding inheritance things, and also downplaying heir rights as it relates to the crown, birthrights as it relates to the monarchy, particularly Black Americans who walked away from the deal, or say their oath or whatever. Those that raised their children outside of the system, the government system, they don't have a track of all of that. Believe it or not, I promise you. Just from even my experiences behind the scenes, they know who we are collectively, but individually, they don't know who would be the rightful heir to, say, like, certain land, you know, or who would wake up and find out that they own certain this, or they entitled to this, or they entitled, and then go try to fight for it. And so I think that that's one of the ways in which they're going to use that genealogy, their funded genealogy stuff against us. I don't think that the people that want to be in the face of that are working for the government, to get in front of that, I don't think that they necessarily have our best interests in mind. They're driven by money. They're driven by the bag, the deal, the government contracts, the nonprofits. They're not driven by actually helping Black Americans get to the center of who they are and their self and their identity and their micro history, the micro history of their bloodline. And when we say micro history, like the things that their grandparents did. Like my grandparents, like my great great, they've been known to that. They had the farms, but they had like a buggy, uh, where they would go into the town to offer fruits and veggies for the town. That, like how they would do in the buggy back in the early 1800s and whatnot. Then they were able to have like a small little grocery store in the South, eventually. you know. Uh, some people's last names like to also tell what you did. Like say for instance, some people they last name may be Cartwright. They made carts. They literally made carts or wheels. Some people's last name is Shoemaker. They literally their family literally made shoes. Their bloodline made shoes. Maybe not their particular generation, or maybe not even the two generations before that. But when you trace where the name came from, of why somebody is calling someone shoemaker, they made shoes. Like it'd be very obvious, with certain last names. That's just one of the more obvious ones. If someone's last name is, Mason, sometimes those people really dealt with stone carpenters. Like even one of my last names, Stanley. They had a deal with stone. Um, the other last names in my family all deal with priest, priestess, military priesthood going back literally for generations back. That's just documented on both sides of my biological family at that. And so they'll tell you the last names will tell you, even if you're not, maybe it skip a generation, maybe it'll skip. But that's where there's the spiritual component of genealogy, and that's the part where it tells you your micro history. Your micro history, say if your last name is Shoemaker, y'all made shoes. That's the history of shoemaking. Now you want to go and really look into a shoemaker. What if you're heir to somebody that stole the idea from your grandpa to make shoes or some shit? This is a Black American culture. Because now we're talking about inheritance. And so we talking about the micro history that they're trying to get in front of and to erase. Because that is the key where people are digging around and realizing like I found there's NASA astronauts that are technically my cousins, but they white on my mom's side. They in my genealogy tree. But they working for NASA now. I could go hit them up. Why shit? Hook me up with a job with NASA. Hook me up or something. You a motherfucking engineer at NASA or whatever. Shit, and you got land in the South. You got land and shit. Shit, how much is that my land? See that type of stuff. This is what they kind of looking like. We got to get a hold of that because them niggas is up there doing genealogy and coming back talking about they heirs to the birthright crown and they the real president. All they talking all types of shit. And it's gonna be more and more of stuff like that. I'm just giving you an example. It's gonna be more and more shit like that come forth as Black Americans if they were doing it on their own, in their own little groups, sitting in little on Clubhouse and shit, how they were doing. And so the government said, "Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up." Uh, yeah, y'all niggas is y'all sitting up there, y'all finding white cousins with massive amount. They millionaires and stuff, and your ass in the projects, and you sit up there and go find out that they the ones that owned your people or something. So this is when we talk about inheritance. When they keep bringing up the word heritage, that's what we're talking about. And in that sense, that stuff can be kind of I'm just telling you how they think in terms of warfare. We may not even be thinking like that. We may even just be wanting to connect to something, or we may just be wanting to understand our actual ancestors, our genealogy. But they see that as a way where people are going to try to fight for their inheritance. And so that's where when they say they want to monitor heritage, they want to monitor who has what, and they don't know all of the information of who we are because they were the ones. You got to figure the people that run the government, they just as incompetent. A lot of these people are freaking ketamine heads. They drug heads. And so when you sit there talking about like, if everybody thinks in America that okay, all 40 million of them came from a boat from Africa, but when they do their genealogy, they seeing shit that go back to Europe, Ireland, Indian. I'm sorry, the land of North America itself is for the Indians. Um, the documentation of it coming forward of the Indian ancestors and all that stuff. That's a huge blow to the narrative that the government itself wanted to push that all of us was from Africa. Now, I'm not saying that people are not, or that it didn't happen, and slave trade didn't happen, and all that. I'm not here to argue about the logistics of that. We should have been past all of that. We should know by now that your story is the bloodline that you find your ancestors, and yes, we may in a collective sense we can do something together. I'm all for that, the Black American collective, but I'm not about to be all in this dysfunctional trauma bonding maze of confusion with some niggas. I'm about serious business. I'm serious as they come, and I'm not about to also deal with a lot of corruption either in my shit. And so we passed the conversation of the Indians versus Pretendians and African. I can't. Y'all, that's 2020 for me. 2021. And when I still see niggas, I just was in that. I just checked it because just to see it. I saw them still arguing about that. I said, "Damn, it's 2025. Y'all still arguing about that? That's creepy. That's creepy as hell." I'm like, how do you where do you get consensus at some point and move forward, or where do you not where do you just cut it short and not worry about consensus and just move forward still? And I'm telling you, they got a lot of operatives and COINTELPRO shit in that mix, and they design it's designed to do that. Soon as you start making headway, here comes somebody come. Oh, that's the pretendian. Oh, that's a Pan African. Oh, that's an African. And it's like, oh gosh, here we go, back at square one. Then it starts to beef again. Then arguing about who's this. Should we say we this? The acronyms, the acronym war, all that shit. It's a mess. And it's like for me, I'm like, no, I ain't got time for that because it's holding people back. And I bet you we could start this genealogy center quicker than I bet you they get it at that Freeman's Barrel. I guarantee you that. Why do you think they keep copying all my blueprints? The FBI copied shit from my book that I wrote in 2022 about the intelligence agencies and martial arts. And I proved it. They talk about trust fund programs, stuff that I wrote in my book in 2022. They just now acting like they came up with it. They Johnny come lately ass. These Freedmans, these Arthur Watkins, and all this stuff. They stole ideas from other Black women and other Black Americans. They have no sauce, so it's like they have to just they think in competition. They're driven by jealousy and money. They're not driven by the heart space, and so they don't have no problem stealing shit. Then they get caught. Then they get called out. Then they gotta lie. That's the thing they do: steal, kill, and destroy. It's the person that they work for. It's who they took their oath to. And I see who they prop up and all that. I'm like, no, you stole this from this, you plagiarized, and I know who the person that's funding you behind you is the person that tried to kill me. So I got to get at you, even if you had nothing to do with it. He may not even had nothing to do with it, but I know the person that's behind you. I've caught them stealing several of my work already. I call them copying, and I know they work for the government. And know the government ain't shit when it comes to Black Americans and to the American people in general, because they did a bait and switch on American people to try to keep their corruption going instead of really trying to make it seem like they made it seem like to us like they was going to do something worthwhile to help us. We're talking about Americans in general to get us out of the situation. And they didn't. What they trying to do is bury it even further. And I'm not walking to no slaughterhouse because other people is blind sheep, or they want to refuse to wake up, or they want to refuse to smell the coffee. They want to refuse to evolve. I'm not walking in that damn slaughterhouse. No, I'm not the bad guy because I stand on truth and integrity. I'm not the bad. I'm not getting shamed because I want to stand on truth. That's some bullshit. When you said definitely want to do both and maybe something on ancient history, hidden ancient history. Did you see did you read your outline all the way? If you look at the outline, we do address stuff with ancient and history as it relates to, like, you know, because you could do even something just on royal heraldry, but you can also do something on American records. No, when you say again, that's why we have to talk behind the scenes, because like even when you say hidden ancient history, that's definitely something you can do. Whether you want to do a series on it, a whole module. You could do a whole module just on hidden history. It could literally be titled say module 3 or module 4, ancient hidden history. We ain't gonna discuss what we're gonna put in there. But again, this is stuff that we we have to start to discuss stuff behind the scenes. Again, I have shown the evidence of multiple people who have had their intellectual property stolen. So many Black Americans that are truly grassroots that get locked out because we're like, oh, wait a minute, well, we ain't asked for all of that. We just really wanted, to see things in our community improve. Like, we're not asking to sign no contracts. We're not asking to join no organization with you. We have our own creativity. We have our own mind. We have our own ability to come up with our own things. We just need the help. We just want direct cash payments. And they talking about we gotta go do this, we gotta go to a bureau, we gotta go to get a genealogy. Nigga, we do genealogy better than y'all. So what we gotta go through you for? People that never cared about genealogy. That's why I'm like, no. We have something. I bet you we get that shit set up. I can get that shit set up in a month. We are working on something. A lot of stuff behind the scenes. It's a lot. Um, but even 2 months from now, we're gonna talk about how the concept of DAO and how you incentivize and how we can all eat off of this. And in addition to instructors, teaching and charging what they want to charge for their course, we want it where the students can also earn while they learn. That is the goal of the DAO, and I've come up with the process to make that happen. But we are working on it, and with me, I'd rather have proof of concept and have it up and running before I talk about it. That's all. Just want to have it up and running before just coming and talking about it, and somebody else come and run and steal the idea. So it's up and running. And again, with me, I know I'm shadow banned and all this stuff, and they tell people, "Oh, don't work with me," and all this stuff. When I have the infrastructure, clear infrastructure, power to build infrastructure. Now, I'm not the best marketer. I understand that. There's marketers that are way better than me. I don't mind working with them. I'm not the best. It's a lot. It's the things that I lack. I know other people have those skill sets, and so that's why I've always wanted collaboration. I always wanted collaboration. It's just more so like you have to find your own tribe too. You can't just go around anybody spewing all your ideas and stuff and thinking that, people are not like that in these days and age. And that's happened to a lot of Black Americans. I know a couple of them that have gotten whole ass ideas stolen from them and try to and then have some weirdos that are clearly phony Masons, phony assholes, steal their ideas and try to write them out of the history books or try to write them out of their own inventions and creations. I'm not the only person that has happened to. That's been happening to our people since time memorial. What's disgusting is when your own people is doing it and when they sell you out to take a bag from this government to do it. And I'm telling you, I am not the only Black American that has happened to. And so there's a crime, there's a spiritual crime with that. The energy is messed up behind it. The energy is fucked up behind it when you do shit like that. And the ancestors, we have powerful, powerful ancestors. Some of these ancestors are tied to primordial beings, Nagas bloodline, Tartarian, Atlantean. And if you see, every time they've been doing something, it's been getting knocked down. It ain't us. I mean, yeah, we may not be fucking with it, but like I know for a fact that the anger that they have, even some of the powerful ones that was like really famous, like like a Malcolm X or a Zora Neale Hurston. Zora Neale Hurston was half indigenous. She mainly identified with the indigenous. Same with Langston Hughes. They used to go by MGM, which is multi-generationally mixed, because they had a lot of they knew that they had a lot of indigenous blood, and particularly Langston Hughes. So they just went by MGM because they still they still liked a lot of the cosmogrammic philosophy of the Congo. That's why Langston Hughes, I think he was the one that was behind that cosmogram in the Schomburg Center, I believe. But nonetheless, when you start, even if you tap into that reservoir, the alchemy reservoir of those particular ancestors, oh, I guarantee you that the anger that they have, you know, the anger that they have with that shit is I'm telling you, like they not because they want us out of their system. They want ultimate freedom and they want us to be in ultimate control of our destinies, our autonomy, supporting one another, self-sustaining economies, group economics, all that stuff that you be hearing people say for the last 100 years. They actually really, really want that for us. So when they see sneaky ass shit where people are trying to go amongst Black Americans and get them to take the oath and take them to sign deals and contracts and stuff and get them all in bed with that corrupt ass government, they got a problem with that. They have a major problem with that. They ain't got nothing to do with me. They ain't got nothing to do with the grassroots. That got something to do with primordial ancestors. They go back to time memorial, whether they the Indians that died and bled and fought on this land, and some of them, the royal ones that had to fight and leave out of the Jacobite wars after losing, getting their ass spacked up in Ireland and in Spain, that came over here. Some of the ones that got taken from Africa, brought over here, and then the Caribbean. It were the Pacific slave trade, American Indian slave trade, and transatlantic slave trade, and also royal black niggas coming. Uh, let me sound more professional, and even some of the royal blue blood. That's really black nobility that came over from Ireland. Uh, since with the Normandy conquest of 1088, I want to say, or it's either 1088 or 1066. I think it was two migrations over from Ireland over to America, and these were dark skinned Irishmen and even some white presenting Moors from Britain and Ireland and Spain. And the history is the history. I mean, it ain't ever. I'm not saying it's everybody's history, and I'm not saying it's everybody's story, because it's not. You know. But yeah, them ancestors, it's a lot. I've seen them. We get visitations and dreams and stuff, and they let us know we don't want you over there. We don't want you talking to them people. We don't want you all involved in that. That's corrupt. We don't like that. You get your ass from over there, or we gonna smack your ass up for being over there. Cause we about to rain down on that whole little thing. And if you over there and you get ran down as a result of being over there, that's your fault. Cause we told you to get your ass from over there. And they raining down supreme on that ass. On whoever is over there after we've warned you for years since 2022 of what this was about. We warned people since 2022 what that shit was about. And if you still over there after all of that, that's on you. Because I'm telling you, the drive-bys ain't even start yet. Because they still trying to keep, honestly, they trying to there's a couple of people, there's a couple of black Americans over there that we still monitoring the situation and trying to get them out before we really do the drive, before the ancestors do the drive-by. And so it's a couple of y'all, and two of them are waking up, and I'm letting you know, get the fuck from on over there. Or when they do that drive by, because again, it's not about revenge or getting revenge on the man, and it's not about that. But it's like those who are part of trying to sell out those last bloodlines, they are on a docket, white and black, and it's a small group of them, and we got the names and a list of all of them. And when by the time when they ready to do that drive, when them primordials is ready to do, the primordials is already doing a drive by on a certain other group of people, another secret society. When they do that drive by on them for selling out, for trying to sell out them last bloodlines, or for fucking all up that stuff up with the ancestors and the history, we trying to get a couple of more of them black Americans from up out of there. And so that's why you don't see the hammer down yet. And it ain't about following me or following, but it's like we trying to like again, if I have messaged you behind the scenes or something, you might be one of them people that the ancestors trying to get you, wake your ass up and realize like, dude, they trying to suck your energy, they trying to harvest your energy. Yeah, but this would be again. I know I'll get on tangent. I'm telling you, Kayla, behind the scenes, I won't be all on tangents like this, but I do want to. We do have. This is something we have to talk about. This is her baby. This is not my baby. This is her baby. She's expressed passion about genealogy, and we all like genealogy, but this is something where, with me, I'm about upliftment, and I want to make sure everybody eat and stuff. That's why I said the ideas that we have, even for students, to bring students in to make sure that they earn while they learn. Those ideas we're not going to talk about right now, but if we can create a whole a ecosystem where people can, obviously, they sell their courses, people can buy those courses, but even the people that's taking the courses, they can teach courses as well. But even everybody can also have a mechanism where money is coming in for everybody. And so we'll be building that out in different in a different time span. Probably can be able to talk about it in 1 or 2 months, 3 at the latest. I'm just trying to get through all the other stuff I got that I'm working on behind the scenes. And it's a lot. And plus I'm also teaching myself how to upgrade my automation in terms of automating sales, automating marketing, automating all those things. Like I have to refresh. For those who came in later, I was talking about 10 years ago. before, like, they had this automate I always thought in automation, and I would have to work with apps as they came out. Like Zendesk had just came out, so I was able to automate customer service with Zendesk. I was able to automate shipping with AfterShip. I was able to automate e-commerce with Shopify. Yes, I was getting sabotaged and financially blacklisted and didn't know it and all that, but I was able to automate through inventory source in terms of inventory updating and even the backlog. So I would think about that, but it was so clunky because I was using all these different apps, all these different softwares, all these different subscriptions that you got to pay for, all these different things that you got to put to login accounts that you got to use so it was automated, but it was still clunky automation. But today, what I was saying is that they have it where it's one apparatus and all the apps integrate within one another. So you can use uh Aftership and Zapier and Salesforce and email marketing all in one engine now. And Zendesk, you don't have to have all these different accounts that don't integrate anymore. Everything is integrating. And so I have to refresh my skills on automation on that type of level. And I'm willing to do it. And I've been teaching myself it every day. I said, oh, I can't play because I already know we're going into a different Web 4.0 and Web 5.0 technology. And I'm not going to be the one that lets technology rule over me, of course. But at the same time, I don't want to be left behind and not know what the hell is going on. And we want to make sure that we don't leave people left behind as far as our elders. They don't know what the hell's going on with, what is this stuff? They do everything old school. They still, sometimes mailing checks. I couldn't believe it. I heard people talking about they mailing checks to pay their bills still. You know, how people that is so foreign to us. Like they wouldn't know to go on the internet and pay their. So imagine in the age of AI, in the age of immersive technology, how far behind they may feel. And I don't want nobody to feel that way, and I don't want to ever feel that way. And so that's why I said when I'm seeing the new things that's coming out now, I said, oh, let me immediately teach myself this shit because I ain't playing. And Black Americans, they put me on game to that. And it was the FBA little niggas because they communicated. It was very sophisticated how they did it, but they did get me the information. Because again, a lot of them they be secretly following me even and watching my stuff, but they was able to. They like, hey, this is what your school needs, and they tipped me off on that, and that was major. We talking about somebody that literally got me blocked. One of them FBA people that got me blocked for found a way to give me that information, and that was really helpful, and I thought that was really sweet of them. It was just a random. I didn't know the person, but I guess they, with everything that transpired, they found the way to get me that like. And it was clear as day, like it was something I truly, truly needed. So I know that they must have been watching, like, okay, she clearly needs this with her school. And so what they sent me was very powerful information, very powerful. And I looked into it, I took it serious. Um, and I said, you know what? I actually need to sit and teach myself this stuff because, and it's not just like, we're talking about something that's like something where it's automation. Like you see what's happening even with, what they're getting rid of all of the government workers and whatnot. And I just seen the document where they talked about AI governance with the WEF, for those who knows the World Economic Forum. And it was called AI governance, and our government is in bed with them, and they are going to use AI to run the government, partially at least. And I can tell you that that's coming. I've seen the documentation already behind the scenes, stuff that they showing, but from the WEF. I think I shared it actually. I think I should have shared it on my and I have to do some research on that. But that's what's coming. They not hiding it. But at the same time, we don't want AI governing our lives, right? Hell no. When we talk about technological singularity, I am telling you, you mark my words. And for those that come behind the scenes with me, I will teach you. There is a way that is way superior to technological singularity, and it is for humanity. And I'm not talking about that yet on YouTube. Like that's the new thing, this singularity. Y'all be careful with that because singularity means hive mind and mind control and technology that you lose control over, that you lose the ability to understand. That's what our ancestors dealt with. by the way, in terms of even nanomagnetic levitation that they lost the ability to do when it comes to even building pyramids. And when it comes to understanding sound and frequency and the cathedrals that they used to use as far as the um, Schumann resonance and ley lines and grid lines and how they would use biogeometry to build the architecture of the cathedral and certain castles. That science is now just trying to be revived, but it is kind of looked at as esoteric because even though this it's in the field of architecture and you have like PhDs and doctors who are architects, like say Dr. Kareem Ibrahim Kareem, who comes up who revitalized biogeometry, which is used in ancient Kemet to build pyramids. It's a real science, you know, and even the way you build the cathedrals and all that those beautiful cathedrals with the way those are based on geometric ley lines and then how you infuse ultraviolet rays with I think it's ultraviolet rays. They call it BT3, which is gold harmonics, ultraviolet. You think this shit is just that's a woo woo talk, that's pseudo. Okay, y'all keep saying that shit. And these white folks, they be sitting up there, they know all that secret science and hide that shit from you. We talking about people with PhDs, full blown architects that worked on major buildings and they understand that science like it's nothing. They use it when they develop their schematics. And yes, I'm studying that stuff. Oh, I don't play. I ain't gonna leave me in behind and make it seem like okay, we ain't nothing, and we and steal our sciences, or not even necessarily steal them, but hide our sciences from us. No. Mm-mm. And then they tell you it's that's pseudo, but they secretly studying biogeometry. Please. Or ley lines and grid line. And they whole buildings off of okay, how we gonna harness ultraviolet harmonics and gold harmonics. What's the last one? Negative green energy, negative green uh frequency and all that. No, I please. I need to understand this stuff. And so that's what it is. But yep, um, let me get back to the topic. But this would be something that, like she said, I definitely want to maybe work on something on ancient history. Yes, you just have to let me know, like where do you want to? You looked at the instructor agreement, you seen the instructor agreement, you seen the application process. It's very simple. It's very transparent. You can ask questions or whatever. We can have a consultation about it. But it's like I sent you the outline. Like, where do you want to start in the outline? You ain't got to answer here. We have to talk about that. And what parts of that outline do you want to keep, or do you want what parts do you want to add? What parts do you want to take out? You know, um, if you want to add more, or where do you feel comfortable in that process? And you want to offer the service to do people's genealogy. That's one service for you. That could even be a part of the Nakhti Community Center. That could be an add-on, or you could use it as a bundle, and then you could offer your course that teaches people how to do genealogy. That could be, and you see the titles in your outline. Like again, you could see that, maybe you want to change the title and name it. You have to name your course. Um, and then if you want to upgrade it to a department, you can do that because you don't have to, but me, I'm a big thinker. I think of things just huge, like, oh, let's do a whole department. Oh, let's do a whole, you know, maybe, we still can start small for now and build as we go. That would be ideal. That's why I put three different tiers of, for of where we could start. Because again, you could build this out as we go. You could start with your subscription service, start and build them in modules, and that shit could be up and running in a month. Seriously, they could be up and running about a month or two. Like where you and you, but again, your marketing. Are you willing to do a YouTube? Are you willing to do your social media? Are you willing to? I can make a press release for you, but are you willing to, use the marketing toolkit? Those type of things. Like you have to be able to put in the work because it's your baby. At the end of the day, I'm just helping you put it together, make the landing page, build the design for you, how you want to do it, and then obviously you'll be able to utilize the Nakhti Community Center. Let's actually go here for a second and show you. the Nakhti Community Center. Let me just make sure because I know sometimes Rumble gets a little wonky. I just want to make sure I was still on Rumble. But this is the home, so that was just the center for sexual health and family planning. But like here, see, right now you can't. Some of this stuff you have to be logged in to see, but there's a live chat room. There's a live forum, and there's this. You also have the capability to do workshops in the groups too. So say you want to set up a group. Say you have a group of people who just want to focus on American Indian documentation, and you have a group of a group for those who want to focus on documents, archival research from Britain, or archival research for Black Americans. You could set those type of groups up and have them workshops, or have them forums, or then have, again, when we talk about the peer-to-peer learning, have them sharing those documents in a very private setting. Because again, this is private. Like if you clicked on this, you have to be logged in. But also, the way I have it set up now is even more gate kept, where it used to be able, you could just log in and be able to sign into a group. Now you have to be selected member. And so if Kaylin has these groups set up, she can decide whether we would just funnel whoever is in the course into a particular group, and they would be selected for that group. And so the students themselves, they can do what they want to do, you know, in their groups. And then there's the forum. So let's go here. What obviously you could set, she can come up with a forum for genealogy. These are locked. You can't get access to them. If you try, you have to sign up. But even with your within, even if you do sign up, you still can't get access to it, because they're locked. But so you have a guardian and a meal prep or whatever, you have these different things, but it could be a genealogy forum too. And so if you try to click on to try to look to see what people are saying or posting, you won't be able to see it at all. Even if you were to log in, you will still won't be able to see it. And so that's another thing that she would have access to. And then as a part of the curriculum at Nakhti University, which emphasizes the emotional wellness, let's see, where is it at? Let's see, emotional health. Oops, wrong one. I was trying to get to Forum for Students, Black American Research Policy. I was trying to look for the emotional health. Oh, because I'm logged in. Oh, okay. It's because I'm logged in. I would have to be logged out in order to see the emotional wellness page. Is that how I had that set up? Let me see. Oh no, that's not true. Okay, here we go. Found it. So emotional health check-in and meditation. Let me click off of this. And so anybody that signs up, this is optional, but they are logged into the emotional wellness app, where they can do daily check-ins or check-in as much as they want. And then um there's a meditation sign up if they want to do that. If not, they don't have to. But the emotional wellness check-in is where you can do activities to increase your emotional intelligence. So that could be like different breathing exercising, um, certain gamification, and they'll ask you like on a scale from 1 to 10, like how do you feel, da, da, da. So every student is enrolled into that, but it doesn't mean that you have to log in and do it. Like most students, they're older and they're elders. They're like I was looking at my analytics from like even my social media and my lives on YouTube and on X and whatnot. And I don't get much, I'm shadow banned, but like just the people that I was looking, I'm saying these are all people like honestly, like I had no idea. 68% of my audience are males. How the hell did that happen? I still don't even believe that. I think people must be lying about their gender on X or on YouTube. 68% are males. I thought I would have more females watching me, to be honest. And then they're all like, I want to say like 50%, 55% of them are older than 50 years old. I said, how? It's only 33. So I'm like, how, why, what the hell is going on? But I just know even from some of the students that take, they're older than me, you know? And then some people, some Black Americans, they just want to help. They don't even log into the course. They just buy the course and don't even log in. I message them. I tell them that, hey, come do you have your emotional uh check-in portal ready. They just whatever they be doing. I know understand people are busy, but I don't think elders would really be going into no emotional health check-in. People in their 40s and 50s. But I think the high schoolers, I think this would be good for the high schoolers. And honestly, you may even want to do a genealogy for kids, or maybe not genealogy for kids, but history for kids or something like that. If some or maybe someone else that is interested with working with kids, they can offer that too. But I think obviously with the kids and high schoolers and maybe young college. And so I was thinking like maybe under 25 that would be interesting, because I do know that we do offer the it is geared towards higher education as well, but it just seems to be like more so for like someone that's in their early 20s that may be dealing with stress or dealing with anxiety and stuff as far as the emotional health check-in. But all the students get enrolled in that. That's just a part of the curriculum that emphasizes emotional intelligence, a part of the AIDDFES model, instructional design model that I developed. And so it is what it is. But let's go back to here, you know, and then she would have her live workshop, her course structure. This is just the module one, and this is just, again, you guys are not going to see the rest of her outline. So it's a pretty extensive outline. So it's introduction to the process, how the genealogy service works, what information is needed to start. So your birthdays, your marriage records, your family names, how to locate and submit documents, your certificates and photos, and then your checklist provided. So this would be a step-by-step guide to collecting family records. And then she can have a Q&A session, open floor questions about the process. And then she would have like a post-workshop service. And so that would be the professional genealogy research. And so she would handle the research based on submitted documents. Records consultant may include census data, military records, birth, marriage, death certificates, immigration records. It's so much more. Custom family history report. Then she would give, a detailed written report of the family tree and historical findings, highlights on key ancestors and family milestones, and then an interactive story map. And so a personalized digital story map showcasing family history, including And again, I cannot go any deeper than this, because again, there are people that are actively trying to steal any little thing that Black Americans on a grassroots level work on. And so that will be it. She can have a completed family tree for her people's professional genealogy report and a custom story map. And so that's just literally part one. That's something that could be done in a month. It's nothing, but then as you get more the basic course outline, as far as what you see, Kaylin, behind the scenes, how extensive that is, that will be something else. And so I do ask that you do not share that course outline, and that you keep it for yourself. Do not funnel that off to anyone. And again, that's very, even what you see, it's obviously going to be a lot more developed. Let me just show an example of what interactive. I can actually do that. I want to share an example of like some of the gamification of what we mean of like how of let me just go here, because again, I am very very meticulous, but I don't want to you know alienate people. So let me just see. Matter of fact, we could do this right here. And so this is where we mean by gamification. Now this is a little advanced. We won't be starting you off here, because this requires a lot of work on my part. And so but here you can see Soul Train. And so you could see where, say they click on this, and they could literally play something, and then they get this, they'll see something, right? It's my voice. So that's just teacher pronunciation. Now, obviously, this is gate kept, so we're not going to get too extensive, but you can see where we're honoring the Black American history. This is Soul Train, and then you click on it, and then it's interactive. But it also let me just show a card game. And again, this is proprietary work, and so, matter of fact, I don't want to show too much of this stuff. Let me just go here. Let me see, because I let's see. Okay, so book a hotel room in Touch. This is how you would do a scenario. We're not going to click on this stuff, but it's gamification in terms of getting, you know, getting people interactive, like to make it fun, so it's not so boring. And so this is just an example of this. And so she can have something like this. This is again, this requires a lot more in-depth stuff, but let's see, she could there's Zoom meetings. You can see she could schedule her own Zoom meetings. This is just an example. She could have documentation. Just make sure, because I don't want to make sure that we not. Okay, so let me get off of there because I really don't want to show like stuff because I can't. I'm trying to remember like because I made this some years ago. Okay, so I don't want to get that off for there either. Okay, so this is probably probably the most safest one. But again, you'll click, you see Harlem Nights. It's just to make it fun. You click on it, you'll play it. Another Soul Train. We have Dave Chappelle's. Did I have more? Thought I had more. Okay, but these all literally cover the alphabet. Like once you click on something, boom, and then you click on it, and then you play it, and then it'll teach you the pronunciation. And so, obviously with genealogy, it'll be structured a little differently, but this would be something that she could, this is a little more advanced, but I'll show something where it's a little more, let me go back here and show something that's a little more simple as far as starting off. And I designed all that. I designed everything that I just showed you. I designed all of that myself. Again, because I'm an instructional designer. And so that's why I really abhorred the way I was treated, in the reparation space, because it was like people knew I was extremely gifted and incompetent and just wanted to like take my shit and just move me out of the picture. It was such a disgusting character, that they have to do. And I wasn't the only person that dealt with that. There's so many talented, extremely brilliant people that Black Americans that I saw that the same thing was happening to them. And even more, even if they're not really necessarily talented, they just do the work. And even those individuals, as soon as you ask a question or say you don't like something, or hey, you question something, you question the grift, or you question, the intentions, not even so much the intentions, but you see something that's just not adding up. If you call it out, then they gun for you. It's as simple as that. And I just got it the worst because, I mean, I was looked at as one of the bigger threats, and it's just as simple as that. That's not me bragging. That's not me acting like, oh, I'm the business, I'm the shiznick or whatever. That's just literally a fact. I was trying to see if I could show. I know it's got to be something else, another one that I have where I can try to show. I wanted to show like how it looks, I'm not going to show behind the scenes, the dashboard or nothing. And so if I can't do it, then I'm not able to. But hmm. And so this one is the science of melanin. But I'm trying to see. So this is other topics and whatnot. But again, here's like books and live lectures, different. There's different ways you could set that up. I wanted to actually show it, but I'm not going to log in behind the scenes to show my dashboard or anything. But that's it. But nonetheless, that's it pretty much. I want to make sure we cover. Yep, that's all I wanted to cover. So, Kaylin, if you have any questions, you can ask them here. But if you could see your outline and you see how extensive yours is, so we would definitely just talk behind the scenes and see where you're comfortable at with this, and that's something we'll talk about. But that's pretty much the case study. And for those who came in late, we were reviewing the instructor agreement. And so if you guys came in late, you missed quite a bit, but that's okay. But this is, you go to courses and teacher course. And then you said, do you have a skill, expertise, service, or coaching you want to offer? Become an instructor or director at Nakhti University. And we covered the entire instructor degree agreement in terms of what it is, the revenue model, the different revenue models rather, because there's different revenue models. Example use cases, Oops, let me something my Rumble went off. Sorry if you guys on Rumble got knocked off. Let me reshare it again. Let me just do it again. Here we go. I knew that was going to happen. Something told me in my gut instinctually. Um, Example use cases that did increase how to increase your profit share by referring um other instructors as well. And so again, the revenue model is fairly fair. It's robust in terms of what you choose, and then this is where you would download the instructor agreement, how the platform works. You download it, look through it. We went through the whole document together earlier, the entire document, and then you apply to teach at Nakhti University. Contact information, uh, fairly, um, fairly simple application. As you can see, it's one less than one page. And then some of this stuff is optional, depending if you wanted, if you're wanting to start a whole department, then it's going to be a little more lengthy. Or if you want me to design the course, you need to put the course outline in there, or email via PDF or Word doc. And then upload that and press submit. And so it's pretty simple. And so I designed this all last week. And look, I did this, I want to say like in less than 1 week. This whole, this so I can get like a landing page and all that stuff done fairly quickly. So that's that. And so we are going to transition. That's all I wanted to talk about today. So this is pretty much it. And again, we did cover the marketing toolkit earlier as well. And instructors do get access to that. And that allows you to send your press release to different news outlets, whether that be Benzinga, Fox 40, Daily News, Yahoo, MSN, all of the news stations pretty much. Your local news as well. Then there's some with some of the more bigger names, such as Business Insider and whatnot, Associated Press. Um, and again, if you're saying like, well, why didn't you use your own marketing kit? I just couldn't afford it, and this is my first year that I think I will be able to afford it. But I funded my business out of pocket. I did everything out of pocket myself, since it's been really hard for me to have like to fund and have the extra income to market rather, and that's the biggest crux of business, obviously. And so I admit that that was my mistake as well, is to not prioritize it. I do admit that that was a mistake to not prioritize the marketing. And so that's something that obviously can be corrected and fixed. And so that's where I'm at with it now. It's in terms of learning how to automate marketing and to be better at it and to develop that skill. And if with me, if somebody wanted to offer a marketing course, I would take it, because again, that's not my strong point. It's not, but I did develop a marketing toolkit um, that I just put in my repertoire of things that I was like, okay, eventually I'll get to it. Eventually I'll be able to use it. So if you are interested in self mailer in terms of creating brochures and having uh, the you can have the mail servicemen deliver your brochures from door to door instead of you having to do it. Like, there's resources for all of that. Now obviously you have to follow parameters in terms of email marketing, and not email marketing, mail marketing. But nowadays you don't have to go door to door like how people used to have to put brochures on people's. There's ways to do all those things now, you know. um and again, I didn't feel comfortable giving out those resources publicly, because I was talking earlier about the behemoth of that I'm against. In term, not that I'm against, that they are against me in terms of like actively trying to sabotage every little thing I work on. But nonetheless, I'm gonna keep going till the wheels fall off. And so What's next up? We do have a little bit of Robert Glasper. I'm gonna play a little bit of I'm gonna play some Robert Glasper and a little bit of some gospel music, but also some Sanskrit. So it's going to be a very spiritual because I'm just in that and I'm in that spiritual state of mind. I ain't gonna hold you. I want to play a little bit of gospel music, and then I'm gonna play some Sanskrit um music as well. And I'll give you the background of like how I came across that and what that's about, and like why is a Black American woman listening to Sanskrit mantras. When I was 18, I had a friend that it was she was Black American as well. She had moved to India, and like every morning she would do like these meditations. She was at her Facebook. She had Facebook at that time. Facebook was out, was popping at that time. I don't think they had Facebook Live though. If I'm not mistaken, I don't think Facebook Live was available. But somehow she would post video clips on Facebook of her time in India, and she would uh do they go to these mountains and do this meditation. I hope she's doing good now. I wonder what the heck she's up to. I wonder if we're even still friends on Facebook. But nonetheless, she would do like these morning meditations or whatnot, and she played. She would play these Sanskrit mantras while showing her doing these little, but her little meditations. Black Americans gonna add a little jazz on it. She up there in these mountains in India doing all types of dancing. She's filming her. She's recording herself dancing and playing Jay Utah, one of the playing Shakyamuni. So I grabbed, I loved the song. I said, well, for one, I liked the dance, and she could actually, she had fairly good rhythm. And so I said, well, what's the name of that? Send me that song. I messaged her. I said, I need the name of that artist, and I want to look that up myself. And so at that time, you could still buy the CDs. You could still buy the CDs, and then they were just starting to get into the streaming. They just started to you could download MP3 downloads and whatnot on and what I remember LimeWire, remember LimeWire and all that shit. But nonetheless, I Googled, what is J Utah, what is that? Dial M for mantra, that CD. And I bought that CD. And then I went on his website and I seen he had a whole bunch of other CDs. And I said, oh, what's all this stuff? J Utah. And so they had mantras for kids, and so I ended up buying one of the CDs for my nephew, who at the time might have been like 3 years old or two. He was baby. I think he was like three. So I ended up buying the J Utah mantras for him because I really liked it. And then again, I started already having visitations, spiritual visitations rather. And I had a conversation with a family member that they was smiling because when they saw me gravitate, I had got the visitations from the Kalima, and when they saw that, they started laughing because they did ask when they revealed that part of some of the bloodline had some of the Dravidian, and I was like, really? They was like, yeah, that's not shocking to me that you gravitated towards that. I was 18 years old, and I was showing. I had showing my family members some of the CDs, and I said it's some cool music. I said I like this music, and we listening it together, and they were just laughing. They was just like it's not a coincidence. It was like, well, one of your grandfathers, like one of the, and I said, are you talking about? I said, well, I thought you were just Indian from America, and as far as being indigenous from here, and they was like, yeah, we have that too, but that's something that we've always known. We don't really talk about it though. It's not something that they talk about. And I said, really? And I said, okay, well, that's interesting to know. But then, um I enjoyed the music. I enjoyed the Sanskrit music I was listening to. But then I went to my best friend's house, was a Black American, and I brought my CD. I brought, it was not, at this time, I think I just had like I don't think it was a CD player or anything, but I brought my music with me somehow. So I'm assuming it was a streaming at this time, where we had MP3 players and shit like that. Remember them MP3? And you could just use the USB and plug into computers and transfer files and all that. But nonetheless, I remember somehow we were doing that, and we started listening to J Utah Guru Brahma. And my friend, mind you, I didn't know that they were, because they were hiding this part of them too. They were Black Americans. They were in the hood or whatever. So I guess like they kind of felt like embarrassed to kind of talk about, they were secretly listening to that stuff too. I didn't, we just didn't know. I just didn't know. So I'm playing Guru Brahma, and my friend drops her comb. Like she's combing her hair or whatever. She drops her comb and freaks out, and she says, "How do you know this?" And and I showed her, I said, my homegirl, she moved to India and she was playing this, and I asked her for it, and she said, dude, she said, I grew up listening to this. And I'm thinking she bullshitting me. I'm like, dude, I've known you my whole motherfucking life. We've known each other, not my whole life, but we've known each other since we was 11 years old. I ain't never hear you play this. And we 18, 19 years old now. I said, you don't know nothing about this. She said, yes, the fuck I do. She said, I'm gonna show you too. She said, because she freaked out. It's like she had kind of like had tears in her eyes. So she was like really spooked. Because we talk about, we on Utica Street. Everybody know in Buffalo, New York. Utica, that's the hood. Like what I mean, like we on Laurel. Like that's the hood. And so she said, we gotta go show my mom this. And I said, what? She said, I promise you we gotta go show. She said, let's go. She's like, let's go take this to my mom. And she's like, Mom, look at what Jenny listening to. And tell her that we grew up listening to. She said, I just never told her this because I ain't want to get clowned. She said, I ain't never tell her, I ain't want her to know we was growing up listening to this. And so we played Guru Brahma by J Utah. And she starts crying. Her mother starts like crying. She's like, there is no way, you know, that you. Her mother started asking me questions. And for her mom, it was really, really spiritual because she's like, do you know how hard it is to find? She said, her mom is from the South, Black American, both sides. I know her family, know her mom. Her mom is Indian. Like we know. We talk about when we say Indian, we talk about indigenous, like from Georgia, Florida, like from from the South on both sides. Like we know her people's. Like I've seen some of her genealogy, and her mother was like crying because she was like, because she said, certain Black Americans, they're really spiritual. Some of the women are really, 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 really spiritual. And she said, it's clear as day. She said, as clear as this nose on my face. She says, clear as you standing in front of me. She said, I know for a fact that I've known you from a past lifetime, and you are from a past lifetime. And and that's why they was looking at me like that. So I'm sitting there looking like, what the hell? And she said, it freaked her out. It shook her to her core because she was like, that is very rare that someone would particularly play a song. She said I played this song every day when this girl was a little kid. And I said, well, how did you find out about it? Because I was like, well, and she said her research, I'm not going to tell this lady's business, or whatever, but um, she researches a lot of things, and that was just one of the things that she came across. I'm not gonna tell you how she found out about it as far as being a Black American, knowing about that. But she was like, she said, my entire life of living, she said, I've never met not one soul that know that song, that knew that know about. And she said it was the exact same artist. And she said we was meant to. She said we had to have been meant to come into contact at this time in our life because that is so, like it really shook her to her core. But um, my friend said, see, I'm not, you thought I was just joking and shitting around. She said, I've told you, I grew up listening to this song my whole life. I said, well, why never you said anything? She said, I didn't want to, she said her mom told her, don't tell nobody. She said, I was told to kind of keep this under wraps. We were like, she was raised to keep that part of her under wraps. So we sit up, my whole time, I would go over her house like, I want to say like maybe every other weekend, just spend the night or whatever, or just maybe a couple of maybe once a month. I can't remember how frequent. It felt like it was a lot though. But maybe I was over there a lot. And when we was growing up, we was listening to Pretty Ricky and Lil Wayne, and I was always more of the I was listening to Kim Chemistry. Remember Kim Chemistry? Shit, we might listen to him today. Remember Kim Chemistry and Emile LaRue. I was always a neo soul head. Don't get me wrong, but I always knew all of the Ratchet songs. Every song that was, I grew up listening to all of it. But I'm saying like, as far as like what I was gonna gravitate towards, it was gonna be some Anthony Hamilton, some Jill Scott, neo soul, Most Def, Common. It was gonna be that type shit growing up. Like that was just my personality. Um, and when I would go around her. I ain't gonna hold you. At that time, my friend was not into all of that. She would be listening to Lil Wayne. I was getting clowned. She would be looking at me like, if you don't turn this Mr. Rogers shit off and play this and play my jam. And she's like, I don't want to hear this shit. I was listening to Kim Chemistry. How did you find your way back in my life? Or how did you find? And I'm like 12 years old jamming to Kim Chemistry. I'm telling you, I have an old ass soul. So I was up there, I'm up there listening to Marvin Gaye. I want you an after party. Remember the after party by Marvin Gaye? I was sitting there, I'm 13 years old. Just, hey, hey, like, and people used to really look at me like, especially kids my age. Like, it was really hard to relate to people my age because people looking like, dude, like, that's not what that came out like 20, 30 years ago. You were 13 years old. So, yeah, we're listening to, Millie. I would never forget, my friend was like, yeah, we about to listen to, Millie by Lil Wayne. I'll turn this shit off, my nigga. Like, really? But, when I played that song, Guru Brahma, it really, I remember we had got closer after that because we was able to actually, like, she was actually able to just, okay, let's play all of this. We would be jamming, boy, to Jay Utah, because that Jay Utah, he comes up with a lot of cool music. I really, really like Jay Utah as an artist. I truly do. And he's one of the ones that, I have to say is predominantly the one I do listen to the Sanskrit mantras from. But I like when he did Dial In for Mantra, he kind of utilized, I wouldn't say like, just a little bit of the jazz feel and the hip hop feel, but also integrated with, with the typical Indian, um East Indian, rather, I'll say, the typical East Indian sound. And again, when my friend that had moved over there, who was a Black American, she was playing that shit, I was like, I like that. Like, that sound kind of dope. And that's how I was introduced to Jay Utah. And then playing it playing Guru Brahman for my friend, my other friend, and her being shook. Like, she was like, whoa. Like, she was like, this some old. Like, how did you know this? She's like, I grew up listening to this song. I said, girl, I done known you since we was 11 years old. I ain't never hear you play this song a day in my life. And then her mom was like, started crying. And then her mom was like, ah, my gosh, I haven't heard this song. This song. She said, yeah. She said, we did. She said, I played this song every day for her as a kid. And so that was interesting because, even with my nephew, when he was 3 years old, I had got him the J Utah album that was for kids. And we would play that for him. And that's a really unique experience, for it, because he's a Black American on both sides, born in Alabama. Um, and I wonder how, like, with him being almost an adult now, a young man being an adult, like, how does he, feel? I wonder, because I know he grew up, with a weird aunt. Like, I'm just an eccentric aunt. I had him, we were looking. I remember he was like 5 years old, studying all the essential oils and how to mix them and how to carrier oils. I mean, he was 5 years old learning that shit. 5 years old learning about the planets. Learning at 5 years old, learning about all types of Schumann resonances and different solfeggio frequencies at 5. And I just wonder, like, like, now that he's like, I wonder if he remembered those things, if it stuck with him, especially playing those Jay Utah. And we used to I was always playing gospel. It was always gospel or Sanskrit mantras. It was one or the other. And I just wonder if he remembered those things, the sense. And then I remember some of the kids, like, that would come us, around me rather, with him. Some of them that, we were, at that time, we were, still, it's not in the hood, but we were still, we were low income. And I remember some of the kids that were hood, their parents were like really, really hood. And I remember they would come over and they would just be like, it was such a different experience, with me. And I remember some of them be like, you're kind of weird to my nephew. They were like, you're different, because he was raised different. And he was right. We had his self-esteem course and whatnot. But I remember like trying to instill and put those things in him for him to view the world differently, to be prepared. I remember, at 11 years old, trying to teach him about investments and all that stuff. Now that was boring to him, and maybe I shouldn't have forced that on him, but I was like at 11 years old. Like I remember trying to, when he was 11, like here, we're going to look at these stock investments, how to invest and how to do business. And I remember he was 5 years old. I used to make him write out his inventions, would come up with different, all types of inventions for creativity. And I just remember like, those type of things. And I just remember his friends kind of looking at him like, you're weird, auntie. You're weird too. Because he was different. He was a different kid, I remember all the kids wanted to play football. Now he would play football for a little bit, but then he would also play archaeology. I remember he was digging in the ground by himself as a little kid, and all the cool kids, quote unquote, they wanted to play football. And he was digging in the ground. I said, "What you doing?" He said, "I'm playing archaeology. I'm playing archaeology. I'm looking for fossils." I say, "Ain't no damn fossils in there, dude. We were in the projects. Fossils out there. Ain't no." But I ain't tell him that as a kid. He had a magnifying glass and a scalpel and shit. I'm playing archaeology, and they would pick on him, and he did not care. Because I mean, I always like, you just walk to the beat of your own drum, hold your head high. Don't give a fuck what nobody say about you. You do your own thing. You don't give a fuck nobody trying to make you feel bad about being different or doing you. And I remember they wanted to play football. You being weird. They try to pick on him. He ain't give a shit. He out there digging in that. Where the archaeology? Where the fossils? He got a big ass magnifying glass and one of them weirdo archaeology hats on. And then next thing the kids, they try, they want to play football. Okay, play football then. You do you, we do you, he do him. Next thing you know, all them kids, they was over there digging in the ground too, playing archaeology. They all started to follow him. I'm playing archaeology too. But he would play football. Don't get me wrong. He loved football, but it was just more so like, if he was going to do whatever he wanted to do. And I was like, look, don't let nobody try to make you feel bad about being you and being different, being unique. That's what I would tell him. So you playing archaeology, they all the next thing all the kids want to come over and they was digging in the ground too. And then, when he decided to go play football, he go play football. But I used to let him know, like, no, I remember one of them kids. I almost snap one of them kids' neck when I about 15 years ago. I remember, um, and I'm kind of clairvoyant. I'll never forget. My nephew came in the house, and he went to get his piggy bank, and he's grabbing money and coins out of the piggy bank and stuff. And I just knew something in my spirit said the way his energy was, it wasn't right. Something didn't feel right. And I said, "Why is you getting money out of that piggy bank?" And he couldn't, he couldn't really answer. He was fumbling around, all jittery and shit. And he said it was for ice cream. I said, "Ain't no ice cream truck." I said, "You lying? I could tell you lying." I said, "You better tell me right now, or I ain't gonna let you go outside for the rest of the week." Now, outside was his thing. Outside was like, that was like, everything for him to go outside. So when I said that, it was like, oh shit, I ain't got no choice but to tell this bitch. I said, Why is you getting money?" And I also knew clairvoyant that it was for somebody else. I said, "Who are you giving money to?" And that's what I asked him because he wasn't gonna tell me. He could. I said, "Who are you giving money to?" And he said, "So and so said that if I don't go in there and give him my money, that I can't play outside and I can't be around him anymore." I said, "Who?" said that? Oh, I almost about to have. I'm like Fred Sanford and Son. Like Fred Sanford from Sanford and Son. Like when he about to have that heart attack and I about flipped the damn. Ooh. Oh, you could have saw my blood. If you could have, man, if you would have saw my eyes, they just turned red. Who said that? You can't go outside and play on this block if you don't have some money. Like some gang shit trying to bully my nephew. Like when I say I was about to go, if I could have snapped that kid's, I'm telling you, I'm like, who? Now the kid was older than him and everything, so he was being a bully. And my kid was, and then but my nephew was like, he ain't soft or anything. He wasn't gonna tell him he ain't mean to snitch or nothing. But I grilled it out of him. I beat it out of him. Like not beat it, but like who would you giving this money to? You ain't gonna go outside for a whole week if you don't tell me what you're doing. And I ain't gonna hold you. I said, I need to have. I grabbed his mom. I said, okay, we need to have a talk with this kid. I'm not playing that shit. Ain't nobody about to come over. And the dude didn't even stay in our neighborhood. Like he came from the Fruit Belt. Everybody know in Buffalo, the Fruit Belt is the hood. That's like the hood. So where we was at, yeah, it wasn't the hood. It was the projects in the Amherst. But it's like so him coming over to where we was at was still a different culture, different atmosphere, so to speak. So he came, he's from the fruit belt on the masters of that. So I guess that's what they do. They bully the kids and say you can't come outside or play with us unless you're giving us money. And I guess that's what they do. But they try to pull that, man. I said, go tell me who it is. And he was older. And I said, where's your mom at? For one. I was going to confront the mother. I said, where's your mom at? I said, he don't have to give you not a dime. Excuse me, but and I said, where do you, and I asked him, I said, where do you stay? Because I said, we've never even seen you before. So I said, you're not one of the kids that be out here every day. Because honestly, I was one of the ones that would watch the kids and make sure they ain't doing nothing stupid. So I said, I never saw you before. Who are you? And I said, you are not allowed to ever, ever, ever in your life say something like that to my nephew. To tell he can't come outside, he ain't giving you shit. He about to go outside, and I'm about to watch y'all asses. And my nephew, all the kids was looking like, oh, my Auntie Jenny about to be watching us again because they used to always have to kind of, they know my eyes is on them. They kind of had to, be a certain way. But it's like, oh, you done got us all in trouble, Julie. You got us all in trouble. But it wasn't him; it was me. And he looking like, damn, Auntie about to watch us outside the window. Yep, sure am, sure am. And I said, where's your mother? Now I come to find out, I talked with the other neighbors and whatever. Well, his mom did, and found out that the boy's mom was a crackhead, and boys, and all that. So I had some compassion because I understand, kids is kids, but we ain't playing that. You ain't coming over here and telling nobody they gotta go in their house and get you some money or else they can't play outside. No, we ain't doing that. I'll beat ass. No, no. No, which I don't believe it hurting no harming no kid or nothing or hurting him. But I just remember at that time how enraged I felt. Cause I seen the fear in him. I seen how he was scared of that kid. That kid was a lot older than him. And so I seen how he was fearful. And I just didn't like that. I said, that's bullying. That's bullying. That is not the way. And I said, you don't bully nobody. I said, did somebody do that to you? Because if they did, that ain't right. You don't bully no young ass kid and tell them to go in a house and they house on they turf. I'm like, no, you ain't not doing that. And I sure did. I sat on that couch. I said, when you going home? I asked him. I said, because you clearly don't stay here. You don't stay around here. I said, when you go home? He said, I think it was like on Sunday. So that would have been like 2 days. For them 2 days, every time, I said, okay, um, I ain't gonna hold you. I calmed down. I told him my nephew's playing outside. You ain't getting out a dime. All these kids gonna play outside. They ain't giving you no money. I don't know what the fuck you think this is, but he had sized them up because he figured the way he was dressed and the way he carried himself and the way he talked, he figured that dude got some money in the house, or I could bully him to go in his mom's purse or his piggy bank. So I already know he got just from the way he is taken well care of, just from the way he act, and I'm gonna target him. But that kid, I ain't gonna hold you. He had clothes was tattered, mom was a crackhead, and all that. So I understood that. It's like, he felt some type of way about my nephew being well taken care of. Having his own room, having a bunch of damn toys, the a bunch of Xbox, all that PlayStation, all that shit. So I guess that kind of made the kid jealous or whatever. Which I had compassion. I had compassion for the fact that the kid's mom, find out the kid's mom was a crackhead. But at the same time, ain't no excuse to bully my nephew. No. And so, for them 2 days, as they played outside, I sat my ass right on that couch because I'm a creature of habit, anyways. People can call me lazy, whatever. My mind is not lazy. I'm always building something with my mind. But I sat on that couch for them 2 days with my books and my laptop and had that window open where I could see exactly what they was doing and just watched them. And I ain't gonna hold you. That little boy, he stayed away from my nephew. Like he was kind because he every I mean, I'm telling you, I was staring him down. I was staring him, and I would say by the second day he wasn't even outside because I guess he figured like that weird lady is literally staring outside the window at us, making sure ain't nothing happening. And sure was. And I ain't gonna hold you. Yes, I did. I stared right outside that window and watched them play while I worked on. At that time, I was in school, and so I was playing, I was on my laptop and trying to do shit and work on stuff and just watch them um and just watch them play outside, watch the kids play outside, make sure ain't nothing happening, make sure ain't no funny business going on. Now when the ice cream truck came, everybody gets out. If you want to come get some money for some ice cream, that's fine. Also, I was always one to we always get big ass cookies from Wegmans and stuff and get the kids cookies and stuff and give them, if we had extra, we was always giving them something. All the kids ice cream sandwiches, uh all the kids on the block some cookies and shit. I remember one time I had got one of them Instacart orders, and one of the Instacart shoppers, I wanted just one small cookie from Wegmans. And I don't know what, I guess they didn't have that, but the Instacart shopper, she didn't charge me for it either. Instacart shopper was an elder woman. I'll never forget. They instead of the replacement item, she got these two big ass jugs of cookies. We talking about like 60 cookies in the pack. Mind you, I just wanted one small cookie that was like $1. You know how you just get one small cookie from the bakery item section? And I guess she couldn't find it. So she grabbed these big ass tubs of cookies from Wegmans. And we talking about like 60 cookies, and she got two of them. And so I don't know if she thought she was just being nice or whatever, because she didn't charge me extra for it. Like we talking about them ones that's like it's $10 per pack. So it was like $20 worth of free cookies. And I remember I just only wanted one cookie. I am trying to watch it here. And so, you know, I said, well, you know what? I'm just gonna get a block. I'm gonna give these kids all these cookies. I'm just gonna give them the whole thing because I'm gonna take a couple out. And I was thankful for it, but I was like, this is a lot of cookies. So I ended up giving all the kids these big. I will never forget. I gave Jalen one pack. He walking around the block. He walking around, and I remember his mom and his dad was like, "Who gave you that?" He point to his auntie, and he walk around stuffing his little face, walk around this big ass jug of cookies. All the kids have ran up. They got a whole nother bin. I was like, man, that was hilarious. Those were days, I'm just reminiscing on things. And right now. But yeah, we about to play the playlist. Let me actually play it right here. And then I'll pull up J Utah. I'll pull up that playlist. And again, Black Americans or just Americans in general, you know, don't judge. Be open minded. This is a different playlist. It's a different mode that you're gonna see me in. I will tell you, like, if I some of the meanings of some of these songs. But this is just what I've been in the privacies of my domain. This is some of the things that I listen to. I love Jay Utah. I'm gonna listen to a little bit of gospel music. And I know people are like, what? This you can't play both, you can't do this, you can't do that. We are chaos esotericists. We are free in the mind, body, and soul. So this is the playlist that we'll play Jay Utah. And then we'll start with some gospel. I remember this song, I Won't Complain by Reverend Paul Jones. That was a shit back in the day. I was listening to that song earlier, and I had tears in my eyes because I said, man, I hadn't listened to this song in so long. I love that song. I've had my weary days. I've had some. Remember that? Oh man, I won't complain. I was like, man, that it was. I just love that song. It's so I love gospel music, and so I grew up singing gospel. I was in church choir. I was in Chautauqua County Choir too. Chautauqua County Choir, and I was in Second Temple Baptist Church choir, and I used to sing, boy. I used to sing every song that came out. I used to be singing my little heart out, and I used to love it too. I used to love singing in the choir, and so obviously that's my background, and you don't forget that, growing up singing in that choir like that. And so all of the gospel songs are pretty much, remember John P. Key, I Do, and I mean, come on. So I ain't gonna hold you. I'm about to give my life. I'm about to be jamming. So you're more than welcome to stay along. We are gonna have to remove it off of YouTube, obviously. And then remember next week we will be underground. And so you will have to go, we will do an hour or two on YouTube, and then we're gonna cover the third political party strategies, or again, the DNC. You're welcome to go over underground and try to get some of them strategies as well for your party. You clearly need them, but at the same time, um, I didn't know how serious, you guys were, in terms of like with me, my time, my energy is precious. My time is precious. And so I put a lot into them outlines. I put a lot into that strategy. And so I can't, if you guys are going to be sitting there singing and dancing, at a time where you just got your ass smacked up like that in the election, I can't get all into that matrix like that if y'all not that if y'all just, not serious, I'm not going to put my energy into that, because, it's matrix shit at the end of the day. And, we want to also come out of that system and that, as much as possible. So, if a third party wants to use it, fine, but we'll be going underground for that next week for sure. And so I'm going to end that on YouTube, and we will continue on Rumble and X. And so God bless you guys. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful weekend if you're on YouTube, and for playback value and whatnot. You guys have a great week and do good. Love you guys. So to move it off of YouTube. Let's see.